Are we back? The shit hogs got me. I didn't get shit hogged. The shit hogs only temporarily got me. I should be back now. I think I'm back now. It looks stable again now. WCOG, welcome in. The shit hogs came really low. Refresh Larry's back. I need a Larry's. How bad is my internet that I need a Larry's back command? Come on. That's ridiculous. What the fuck? What kind of situation are we living through here in Nova Scotia? Do I want to close the door? You're going to bed. My wife's going to sleep, everybody. Everybody say goodnight to Mrs. Larry. Say goodnight, Mrs. Larry. Mrs. Larry's going to bed. It's 9:30. It's past her bedtime. She should have been in bed an hour ago. All right. All right, let's get back to the Ben Norton.
Economy, as he put it, and Washington proudly took credit for the sky-high rates of inflation, the shortage of goods, and the mass protests.
Mrs. Larry drinks even less than I do.
The economic suffering caused by.
Speaking of drink, I am going to have a shot.
So Iran has really
press 1 if I should have a shot.
Lifted. They've caused so much pain. And ironically,
I'll only do it if chat thinks it's appropriate.
Is that the U.S. has been forced to lift sanctions on Iran. Now, I don't think this is a long-term decision. I think this is a short-term
decision. She may not be in the bag, GMO, but she is in the sack.
The message in Tehran is very clear. It defended itself in this war.
Is it GMO?
Exacted a cost upon the U.S. and its allies. And
only one shot. That's right. I'll only do one. Don't worry.
Treasury Secretary Bessent, who just a few weeks ago was boasting of how the sanctions collapsed Iran's economy, he was personally forced to make exemptions for
I pushed the chair too far forward and then my socks couldn't get a grip. I could not stand up.
Its oil.
That had nothing to do with the alcohol.
It's because
Let
Iran
it be known.
Demonstrated
that was purely
a
sock grip
by
problem.
Controlling access to the Strait of Hormuz. This is a narrow strait right off the coast of Iran that is the most important oil transit.
Depending on how this shot goes, GMO, we'll see how far I am.
20% of all globally traded oil was passing through this
I don't know what's worth. Okay Kamala or okay Pol Pot?
Narrow strait on a daily basis. In response to the U.S.'s
how am I both Kamala and Pol Pot?
And this is one of the major reasons why the price of oil has skyrocketed.
There's nobody as big tent leftist as me.
Because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but also because some of the
I'm the biggest tent leftist there is. I'm both Pol Pot and Kamala somehow.
By this war. But regardless, this conflict has caused the largest oil supply chain crisis in history, and there's a massive shortage of crude in the global market. This is why the U.S. was forced to lift sanctions on Iran temporarily, because they need more supply. They need Iran to put out more oil in the market.
Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I had a hiccup.
Down oil prices.
I'm getting it shot. Okay, let me get a shot.
When the price of oil skyrockets, it hurts every country on earth, even the U.S. Despite the fact that the U.S. is a net exporter of oil, the U.S. does still import a lot of heavy sour crude from countries like Canada and Mexico, and the price of oil is global. It is not set by one country. So everyone is feeling the costs of this, and it's going to lead to higher inflation. So this is another reason why Iran has been winning this war, because Tehran has demonstrated to the US, to Israel, and to the world that they should not attack it. Because if a country attacks Iran and starts another war of aggression, Tehran can use its leverage over the Strait of Hormuz to massively destabilize not only the global oil market, but the global economy writ large. Moreover, Iran has now been charging a toll, essentially, for ships that want to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has said, okay, we will allow you to pass, if you pay us, we need reparations due to these illegal Western sanctions. And Iran is demanding payment not in US dollars, because Tehran doesn't want to have anything to do with the US dollar and the US dominated financial system. Instead, Tehran is demanding payment in China's currency, the yuan. So this is a direct challenge to the petrodollar system. The fact that for decades, pretty much all global oil was priced and sold in US dollars, which gave the US significant leverage over the global oil market and other commodity markets, because most commodities are priced in dollars. Well, Iran is now challenging that. Iran is demanding payment in China's yuan or renminbi, and Iran is potentially going to get paid this kind of toll from ships in the future, at least ships from unfriendly countries that want to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So that is another point on this list of Iran's strategic goals. There are two more we'll be discussing here. Another is that Tehran wanted to demonstrate escalation dominance. What does that mean exactly? It means that Iran wanted to signal to the US and Israel that if they try to escalate, then Iran can move further up the escalation ladder and exact an even greater cost upon them. So Iran is trying to discourage the US and Israel from continuing to escalate and from attacking it, because the US and Israel may fear that the consequences would be even worse by escalating. So instead, they want to de-escalate. Therefore, Iran has escalation dominance because it can continue escalating further by using asymmetric measures, by weaponizing the global oil market, by targeting US corporations in the region, which the Iranian military is also doing, and also simply by costing the US and its allies lots and lots of money. They've been blowing billions of dollars, flushing this money down the drain, because Iran is using cheap drones that cost $20,000 to $30,000 on average. These are known as the Shahid drones, and Iran is using these drones in order to destroy billions of dollars of military equipment, including surveillance aircraft and refueling tankers. In Saudi Arabia, for instance, Iran used cheap drones in order to destroy US command aircraft that cost more than $1 billion to replace. So this has become a war of attrition, and Iran has demonstrated that it can continue waging this war as long as it wants at a very low cost, because all it needs to do is make these very cheap drones. And by the way, Iran has decentralized the production of some of this military technology. It's not that advanced. All you need is an underground facility in the middle of nowhere, and Iran has many, and they are churning out these drones. And by the way, they're using many cheap parts from China. China has been assisting Iran militarily in making these drones and making its missiles. So the US has to spend many billions and billions of dollars, while Iran is spending just tens of thousands of dollars. This is why the Pentagon has requested $200 billion more to wage war on Iran, in addition to the many billions it has already spent. So yes, obviously the US has many, many more resources than Iran does, but over time, this is going to be extremely expensive for the US, and it's going to weigh down the US, whereas Iran is not spending that much money using asymmetric, unconventional tactics. Moreover, there's a major issue for the US military, and that there are big bottlenecks in the military-industrial complex supply chain, because the US military and its allies are actually running out of the missiles that they need in order to continue waging this war. The Washington Post reported that in the first 4 weeks of the war on Iran, the US used more
Ben
than
just said moreover.
Trying to judge the J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't.
Mama!
You know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying? Too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What, are you from the department of know what I'm saying? You taking the know what I'm census? You counting my know what I'm saying?
Welcome in, Mama. Thank you so much for the host. Everybody go follow Mama M Media over on the Kick Space. Welcome in. Larry, we're watching Blue-Eyed Benny. Larry's having a sippy, a little drinky poo. And therefore,
you have permission to smoke and swear.
and I'm also gonna have another smoke because I feel like I can't. I might have had. I also, I'm not gonna lie, I might have had.
Smokes.
I will have a smoke. I'm not gonna lie, I might have had more than one shot. But we're not gonna be telling anybody about that, are we? This is me when I drink. Oh god. All right. Let's go back to the Ben Norton. You better hope nothing fucking controversial comes up because Larry will have something to say. Just had a long, fun gaming stretch and played a lot of games, but scared the shit out of myself in horror games, so I needed to wrap it up. Oh, that's understandable. I'm scaring the shit out of myself with pickle vodka. Larry's scuba diving on Mars right now. It's true. Worlds are colliding over here.
Problem here. This report noted that only a few hundred tomahawks.
Political
are
Larry's meeting
manufactured
drunk
each
Larry.
year. A few hundred are made each year, and the U.S. used 850 in 4 weeks. So very quickly,
I'd like another doobie
the US
if I
is
could get a
running out
420
of
in
the
support of
missiles
this.
and the ammunition and other supplies that it needs to keep waging this war. Even if Trump floods the Pentagon and the military-industrial complex
Okay,
with hundreds
beautiful.
of
Thank
billions
you,
or
thank
trillions
you.
of dollars, it doesn't matter
may need
how
a
much
song
money
drink.
they spend
A song
if
drink.
they cannot actually manufacture more because they're at capacity. The U.S. economy has largely been deindustrialized
go.
and
Smokes.
financialized in
I
recent
said I
decades.
need a song
So it
drink.
doesn't matter how much money they have when there are major bottlenecks in the supply chain. So getting back to our list of Iran's strategic goals, this brings us
Okay,
to the
hold on. I
final
got a
point.
song drink.
We can conclusively say that Iran has succeeded in establishing deterrence. What does that mean? Deterrence is the ability to prevent another actor from carrying out an action that you don't like because they know that it will be very costly for them and they will have more disadvantages than advantages if they carry out that action. So in more concrete terms, Iran has established deterrence.
Now's the time to
because it
ask
has
me about
demonstrated to the
revolution.
US and Israel that if they want to wage another war against Iran, like they did during the so-called 12-day war in June of 2025, they will really have to reconsider that because they now know that Iran has escalation dominance and Iran can make it extremely painful for the US and Israel if they try to start another war. Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can use cheap drones and old missiles to destroy the radar systems and U.S. military bases in the region, to deplete the interceptors of the air defense systems, to cause significant damage to the infrastructure of Israel and the Gulf regimes, to destabilize the global oil market, to potentially cause a global economic crisis. Iran can carry out all of these actions.
Beautiful.
which
Thank you,
constitute a
NTC.
deterrent because now it is very costly.
But
for
can,
the US
can
and
Iran make a pointless trip around the moon? Huh? I think that's what we should be asking. Can Iran make a completely pointless trip around the moon all of a sudden for no reason at all? That's what the world needs to know right
to
now.
attack Iran again to start another war. So again, this demonstrates why Iran is winning this war.
And the USA
Because
will see,
Iran
I
wants
guess.
to make sure that this is the last war. They
It
do
was
not-
funny. I saw it last night. They were showing like the live feed of like the spaceship going through space, and like it showed inside for a while, and then it showed like out the window, and then the feed switched to like a computer generated graphic on CGTN showing like the NASA live feed, and people in the chat were like, "Oh, clearly something went wrong. It switched to computer generated graphics." I was laughing. There was just like hundreds of comments of people just like, oh, it's gone. The moon mission is lost. Look, they switched to CGI. Pointless. China is building a base on the dark side of the moon, and you're laughing. Yeah, that's really what they're doing. They're swinging around the dark side of the moon to have a look and see what China's doing.
Want the U.S. and Israel to continue waging
Can
war
Iran make a 10 competing AI chatbots to tell you to kill yourself?
every few
Checkmate.
years
Checkmate.
and decapitating all of the leadership of the Iranian government and trying to carry out regime change? No. Tehran is saying no. We have the ability to defend ourselves. We can establish deterrence.
Libera.
We can continue to escalate and cause much more pain than you are willing to tolerate. Iran has demonstrated that its pain tolerance is way, way, way higher.
All right, I'm having
than the pain
another
tolerance
puff,
of the
but
US,
definitely not a
and of
shot.
Israel and of the Gulf regimes. So all of this explains why it is so clear to the entire world that Iran is winning this war, that even major Western media outlets that traditionally support U.S. wars, even the Western media has been forced to acknowledge this undeniable fact. Iran is the clear winner of this war of aggression that was started by the U.S. and Israel. This is yet another sign of how we are in an increasingly multipolar
I'm such a bad liar. I literally contradict myself with words.
world. The U.S. empire no longer maintains its unipolar hegemonic control over the entire planet like it had in the 1990s and the early 2000s. This also explains why the U.S. empire has become so extremely aggressive. I mean, it's always been aggressive, but to a whole new level. This is why Trump is putting the pedal to the metal and lashing out and attacking Iran, attacking Venezuela, attacking Cuba, threatening to colonize foreign territory like Greenland and Panama and even Canada. This is why Trump is threatening tariffs on countries all around the world. The U.S. empire is getting very desperate because it recognizes that its global dominance is declining. And the irony is that the more that the U.S. lashes out, the more it actually accelerates its decline. And throughout history, we see this pattern. Empires often become very arrogant, and they become victims of their own hubris. They believe their own propaganda. They think they can just bully everyone around without consequences. They overextend themselves, they become sloppy, and they commit errors. They underestimate their opponents, which is exactly what the US has done in Iran. And I think this war is only going to further accelerate the movement toward a more multipolar global order. Iran has demonstrated.
So what Ben is saying is, welcome to the era.
Establish deterrence and defend itself.
Ben is saying, welcome to the era of sloppy imperialism. We're all done with clean imperialism. Now we've entered the era of sloppy imperialism. It's rough. It's a rough time.
And it's helping
welcome
a new global order that looks very different from the Western-dominated system that we've seen for
Welcome to sloppy imperialism, everybody.
On that note, I'm going to conclude.
It's not going to be
I am
pretty.
Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Please like and subscribe. Please share this. I will see you all next time.
Whew. Surprised we made it through that video. Okay, somebody keeps typing shot into my chat, and you know what? We're gonna have to do something about that immediately. We can't have someone just typing shot constantly into chat and getting away with it endlessly. No. Someone's gonna type shot. There has to be consequences for this. Meet your consequences. Suffer!
Good, come on, we got a concert.
Yeah, spilled bag, that's true. He's getting Havana syndrome. She's suffering from Havana syndrome in the video. It's true. Never noticed. That's my boy there, though, Jakey Lee. Jakey Lee is where it's at. So much glitter. I love that solo though. Never a care for the people who hate. I think Twitch is having a whisper problem from what I've heard. Like there's like bot whispers going around and they might be trying to like combat them or something. Great, Chad. It's just a shot in the dark. Just be happy I didn't play you the fucking...
Wow! Check it out. Is that Julie? No way. It is her.
Just be happy I didn't play anything else. I could have played you the DNC convention. Huh? You should be thanking me. He didn't do... What happens? Why didn't he do Redacted tonight? He didn't do Redacted tonight. You didn't even... Nobody... That's something I'm noticing here, comrades. You know? I gotta tell you, until Lanny pointed out I might not have noticed it, but I've noticed that the comrades, they haven't even said thank you for the noodles that I brought you.
Here's the thing. You haven't even said thank you for the noodles that I bought you.
Come on now. Larry DNC, you might get cut off. It's true. But I'm willing to take that risk. Okay, what do you want? What do you want to watch? Do you want to watch John Elmer give us the Resistance port? Do you want to see? Let's see. What else we got here? We got Hakeem, the new way regime changes made, or do you want the John Elmer report? Do y'all want the hot off the press John Elmer report? The regime one. All right, we'll do the regime one first. That one's shorter, and then we will do John Elmer, the Resistance report. We have John Elmer, who just 4 hours ago released an update about what the Resistance is actually doing. Much more accurate. How many rips should I do? Several. At least. You saying rips. Don't say rips. Don't say rips to me.
I'm from the Great White North, right? Like up above the states. Yeah. The big landmass that the rest of the world hates. Yeah. We're like above that. Fucking north, I guess. The big patch of trees where everybody's bored to death. We're just chilling up here, sipping syrup, playing hockey. Before we learn to walk, we can cross-check properly. Just rocking plaid jackets. Chainsaws, we operate them right. Fucking A-right we do, bud. We cut our weight in firewood. Every 20 minutes or so. Smoke break. And if the Leafs make the playoffs, I'll fucking jump in the lake. Fucking buddy comes over to my place the other night and he's like, "You wanna go out for a rip?" And I was like, "Fucking right." Yeah. So we hop in the truck and hit the mud and I was like, "Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip. Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip. Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip. Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip. I come from the land of the polite, where shit's covered in ice. And when I'm down,
now you know, Frank.
You're too fucking nice. Like, yeah, we got manners, but fucking buddies still fight and fucking swear and fucking drink all night. Like this one time, me and fucking Buddy are out having a dart, and fucking Buddy burns a hole in my coat, and I was like, "Fuck, bud," because the coat was pretty new, right? And he's like, "Fuck you." So I put his head in a snowbank and just started fucking feeding him the right, left, like fucking boom, boom, boom. Got enough yet? And he's like, okay, fuck, chill out, shit. So I pulled him out of the snow and we went out for a rip. Yeah. Just out for a rip, are you? Fuck yeah. Just out for a rip. Fucking right. Just out for a rip, are you? Fuck yeah. Just out for a rip. Fucking right. Just out for a rip, are you? Fuck yeah. Just out for
The Boston Bruins jersey. You don't know how accurate the Boston Bruins jersey is.
Just out for a rip. Fucking right.
You're gonna hear all kinds of weird music tonight, something tells me. Before we go tonight, you're gonna hear some weird ass music. So you might want to prepare yourselves. I like the very fake looking fire.
This has to be in the video. Jesus.
What?
What is it?
Where is it? It never gets old, just coming down.
With the mega potato gun. Aye, bud. Alright. I talk more and more like a Nova Scotian the drunker I get. Alright, speaking of going for a rip, we're now going to look at Hakeem, the new way the America overthrows governments. It's not invasions. I'm interested in seeing what his commentary is on this. And then we can get the John Elmer report into us. And I'm going to smoke a doobie. I didn't actually do that.
Let's talk about how DS creates regime change in different countries. Now we know about the...
I'm here because I was promised Larry After Dark, because it is 9 p.m.
destabilization of various forms, media manipulation...
No, it was a sip for every regime complaining. Don't worry, I've exceeded that. I've exceeded that now. I'm now regime free. I'm freeballing it now. Freebasing.
Usually in the form of strange propaganda empowering opposition movements, usually ones that don't have much support.
It's all me. It's all me now.
Agencies are created through previous
I'm
economic
blaming Piers Morgan.
and then eventually some coercion or neutralization of the military or the police, co-opting them basically. And the final step being installing a pro-US leadership in one form or another. I haven't added the latest on the list, which is 3-hour military operations where they kidnap a leader and his wife in the middle of the night. But what I will talk about is how the United States tries to carry out regime change in more insidious ways. Through a
Oh my god, look at these two ghouls hugging each other.
We'll start off with Mexico. Historically, Mexico was one country safe from US sanctions.
Sends a fucking chill down your spine, doesn't it?
A little bit. But sanctions have been placed on 3 of their major banks, CI Banco, Intercam Banco, and Vector Casa de Bolsa. The idea being is that they're trying to stop fentanyl trafficking, supposedly. Now, at the same time, the American government, specifically Trump, plans on imposing, his usual favorite, 25% of tariffs or other percentages of tariffs on Mexican imports.
I would like to embarrass myself. When I was in middle school, I was convinced I would one day move to Canada and use a Canadian flag as a curtain in my bedroom. It was double wide and we own no curtains, so part of it was the desperate need for privacy, but also felt great. I am from Tennessee. Well, it's great to see you, comrade. Respect. You gotta get the Canadian tuxedo though, to be able to really, that's the secret a lot of people don't realize is that really, in order to immigrate to Canada, the one thing that you need is a full denim jacket suit thing. You need a denim shirt, a denim jacket, and denim jeans. And then they'll let you come in. I think they even give you a hose.
But he paused that decision after Mexico promised to deploy 10,000 troops to the border, the US-American border specifically, to crack down again on fentanyl trafficking across hotspots along the border. Now, while they're pretending that this is about drugs, these measures are very clearly meant to destabilize the Mexican economy, particularly because the current government of Mexico is more left-leaning and has done some impressive things for their country. For example, in the latest housing initiative. But on top of this economic pressure is this propaganda against Mexico as a country. It usually takes the form of Trump's frequent rants and off-topic comments. For example, on Fox News, in January, he said that the US is friendly with President Sheinbaum, but that the cartels are running Mexico. She is not running Mexico, which is a clear attempt to delegitimize her and the democratically elected government of Mexico, as much as you can say is democratically elected. Last year, the US deployed over 10,000 troops to the border with Mexico as a way to intimidate the Mexican government, as much as the so-called illegal immigrants looking to cross the border, and they also started military fights over Mexico, claiming to be carrying out surveillance against drug cartels. Besides this, the US has also had Navy destroyers patrolling along Mexico's coast and another 100 combat vehicles. Not usually the equipment you'd use against drug traffickers, I would think. In reality, this is meant to make Sheinbaum and the current government in Mexico seem weak or incompetent, so that the Mexican military maybe can get a hint, as they usually have tried to do in Mexico and various other Latin American governments. But Mexico's always been a light example of the things that the Americans try. Back to the video in just a minute, but first a word from today's sponsor, Cape. Most people think their phone carrier just provides signal, but companies like AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile have repeatedly made headlines for data breaches, surveillance scandals, and even selling customer data to advertisers and brokers. And the problem goes deeper than most people realize. Even if you use VPNs, encrypted messaging apps, or privacy-focused browsers, these tools only work at the app level. The cellular network itself still exposes you to threats like SIM swap attacks, metadata tracking, voicemail...
Oh God, please, do not do any of this. Do not buy any of what this is selling you, please. I don't know, this is, no. There, okay, there, back Hakeem. Watch Hakeem.
Alright, back to the video.
Whatever that is, I would not spend money on it.
Example.
Don't buy whatever that was.
The Trump administration has reversed many of the key policies that previous administrations put on Cuba and imposed even stricter sanctions, as if that was even possible for a country that's been sanctioned for 6 decades now. One of these is that Cuba is designated as a quote-unquote state sponsor of terrorism because they supposedly back Venezuela in some way, and by backing them that means that they send healthcare aid and the Venezuelans send some oil to Cuba. It's very silly. They reimposed limits on transactions with the Cuban military and on US tourism, for example. They restricted or increased the list of restricted entities that are based in Cuba for trade, including the state-owned financial service company, Orbit. The idea being is that the US wants to redirect all economic activity away from the Cuban government and the Cuban military, which is, by the way, like one section of the NYPD's size. It's barely a military. Likewise, the previously mentioned military presence around Mexico is meant to affect Cuba as well, because one of the main objectives is to cut Cuba off from Venezuelan oil, which they have effectively done, and that's what caused the electrical grid catastrophe going on in Cuba right now, to try to make the Cuban government struggle to hold power, the legitimate, actually democratically elected government of Cuba. I made several videos about the Cuban relationship to the United States, and particularly the effective sanctions, here, if you're interested. Propaganda has also been one of those main tools against Cuba that the US uses all over mainstream media from both administrations. You can find it. The latest example of this is the Havana Syndrome nonsense, which only affected 24 Americans and Canadians, and only during that one term. And now, surprisingly, after having been completely disappeared from news cycle, there's no discussion of it being a real thing, it's come back. Claiming that it was a heart attack ray or some nonsense, damaged the inner ear with some piercing noise, and then as a result of that caused all these symptoms, on top of various comments to try to delegitimize the government. Then we move on to Colombia, which has only recently faced direct pressure from the United States in the form of sanctions and tariffs, and that's specifically because of Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, who has been fairly outspoken, particularly against Israel, but specifically about the United States. Just the things that they say about Trump, telling it as it is, he has actually been doing, specifically stating that, the United States is ruled by a literal Epstein class of child traffickers and pedophiles, which is an objective fact at this point. And that ruffled some feathers in the American administration. I wonder why. Why would you get upset about being accused of being a pedophile if you weren't actually a pedophile? Anyways, the Colombian president and some of the other members of the Colombian government have been accused of enabling drug trafficking without any evidence. Genuinely, there's no evidence about this. As little evidence as there was for the claims that the Venezuelan government was trafficking drugs. Then afterwards, the State Department designated Colombia as a nation not meeting their drug control obligations, again without evidence, and that cocaine output in Colombia has surged to all-time highs because of the Colombian government's failing to meet its own vastly reduced eradication goals. And then again, they do the usual limitations on tourism, where the State Department issued a level 3 travel advisory stating that the country is dangerous due to crime, terrorism, civil unrest, and kidnapping. Which is especially funny, noticing what the Americans recently did just a few months ago. And then, in this year, Trump announced a punitive blanket tariff of 25% against Colombia, specifically against coffee, crude oil, cut flowers, and other industries. He has then repeatedly threatened that the tariffs could double to 50% in a week. And of course, these tariffs hurt American citizens, not Colombia directly, at least not the way that Trump thinks it does. And then, an interesting thing happened. In December of 2025, Ecuador suddenly moved to close most of their border crossings with Colombia and Peru because of quote-unquote national security concerns, meaning that only 2 international points were operational. This, of course, affected most Ecuadorians, and 70% of travelers flying between Colombia and Ecuador are Ecuadorian. Now, there's no direct order that we know of between the United States and Ecuador about this move. The convenience of it, in line with all these military actions that Ecuador and the United States militaries are conducting against, quote-unquote, drug traffickers. Again, by the way, for all this talk, the United States has historically supported the largest drug traffickers on Earth, directly facilitated them, gave them diplomatic cover, gave them military support, funded them with money and resources and all the rest. So it could be that the Ecuadorian government is trying to curry favor with the American government by doing this, but also at the same time, this increased quote-unquote instability in the region reduces the investment possibilities in the Colombian economy. Sanctions, tariffs, travel warnings, all these things directly affect the likelihood of trade being successful, of various new investments being committed to, so on and so forth. So it is a kind of attempt to harm the Colombian economy without outright doing what they did to Cuba, for example, even though the playbook is not very different. At the same time, as the US kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, or abducted, whatever word you want to use, Trump also threatened President Petro, saying that Colombia is producing a lot of drugs, so he better wise up or he'll be next soon. I hope he's listening. He's going to be next. What? Like, how much more clear do you need to hear it until you realize the United States is a rogue government? The funny thing about all this is the usual retort is, oh, but this is just because it's the Trump administration. Trump is just like this. No, the American government has always been like this. Before, they used more insidious ways, more, behind the curtain ways to deal with these issues or to get their foreign policy objectives. But Trump just, I guess, does not have that finesse or patience, so he just goes out and says it, which I mean is, I guess, comforting in a way to telegraph American actions so clearly. Now, Iran, of course, we know about. The Iranian relationship with the United States, or lack thereof, goes back many decades. It started with the coup orchestrated by the United States, which you can learn about in this video here, where basically a pro-Iranian people government came to power on the backs of the Iranian people who put it in power through their democratic will. And the United States was like, no, we want your oil, so get fucked. And they put in this dictator with a horrific secret police force who was very friendly to Israel, so on and so forth. Anyways, since then there's been many series of sanctions against Iran after 1979, but specifically since 2016, the US has imposed at least 34 separate additional sanctions on top of all those that have been already imposed. There's just too many to list. And these sanctions affect nearly every aspect of life, since the United States sanctions most of Iran's industries. I mean, energy, finance, shipping, mining, construction, manufacturing.
It's not so much an individual thing, right? Like,
the Congressional Research Service says, U.S. sanctions on Iran...
It's because neoliberalism, the strategy of, like, mask-on imperialism is fucking failing.
But Trump wasn't president between 2020 and 2024. So there was a Democrat in power. And was he any better? Of course not. No, they're all two sides.
And it's gotten to a degree now where there's a significant portion of the bourgeois warring band of brothers that agree with that.
Self-defense in accordance with the UN Charter.
And it's not even like Trump's original idea, right? Like that's something that was already among that warring band of brothers already. Trump just happens to be the representative of like that movement, that particular change.
On Israel, which were supported by the United States. Just a few months ago in Iran, during the protests that were occurring, Trump issued threats of military
the deeper capitalism gets into crisis,
in case the Iranian regime goes outside of the bounds of...
It's like it's almost like a dynamic juxtaposition. Like it's almost like they
wild death tolls
counter each other directly, like in a mechanism.
12 to 20 to 30 to 50 to 90,000 in like 3 days.
As crisis grows,
it's a literal impossibility.
So the violence of fascism also fucking has to accelerate as well.
I think the actual real toll that I saw that can be evidence is up to 3,000 people.
Capitalism more and more needs to roll back those labor gains.
Also being police. So
fascism gets more
would be expected from a country so thoroughly sanctioned and also so astroturfed by
seemingly erratic
Israeli attempts at destabilization. But that's not the point.
Remember Kamala said that Iran was the #1 threat to the US right before the election? They were going to do this regardless. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the government, of course.
I mean, that's the thing. Foreign policy has never been like changed by this or that president.
With the sole intention of demonizing Iran on the international stage and trying to drum up international support for an eventual...
I mean, Hillary was saying it fucking decades ago.
As we know, because we're living in it. This script was written a month and a half, roughly.
Clip of her, man, like it haunts my fucking waking nightmares. This one.
Now, Syria is another country in the region that has had the displeasure of having strict and crippling sanctions placed upon it over the last couple of decades. I won't go into the nitty-gritty because the previous government's already gone, and to kind of like draw up the sheets is going to take so long. So we'll just cover one aspect of the American assault, which is sanctions were aimed to hurt Syria's economy, of course, but the Americans also provided material support to opposition movements in the country to disrupt it politically. This is also down the ladder of what the Americans are known to do in their playbook of regime change. In late 2013, The Telegraph reported that Obama's government had a 50-man cell trained by U.S. Special Forces entering Syria, and it was one of the first public shows of support for the rebels, and something that Biden was also very enthusiastic about. And then later in June that year, he announced the U.S. would provide the rebel groups with small arms, which were not just small arms. All this, by the way, was explicitly done with the goal of overthrowing the previous government of Syria as part of a CIA program called Operation Timber Sycamore, which basically provided a significant amount of support, material and otherwise, to all the militants that are fighting against the Syrian government. Now, the operation supposedly ended by the first Trump administration in mid-2017, and that's confirmed by the then U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley and the U.S. Special Operations Commander Tony Thomas. But Syria's government at the time didn't fall under Trump. It fell at the end of the Biden.
Oh, we're always camping in here.
For overthrowing Assad.
We're always camping in here.
The balance of power in the Middle East. It should be West Asia, whatever.
I have to pause this here, Hillary, Iran. You can just type that in and it comes up now, I think. This fucking clip.
I'm the president, we will attack Iran. And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their
I'm not technically.
Program, in the next 10 years, during which they might consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say. But those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
So camping is just like what people accuse us of doing. Camping is like a thing that people will say that, for example, if you defend Russia, if you defend lies again, like if you try and recontextualize the Ukraine war into a proper framing, or if you defend Iran defending itself, or if you defend DPRK or something like this, the accusation that gets leveled out against you is, oh, you're just a campist. You just hate anything that hates the US. And it's like just a way to derisively refer to your politics as just being like undeveloped. You don't know any better. You're a campist. Yeah, I mean, you don't condemn Iran, Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, China, or Russia. You are a dirty campist. Camp Chancellor here. I love that one. Madeline's meme. Well, see, here's where the joke comes in, Baldwin's Ghost, because this is a long-term joke I got building up. It's April right now. I'll probably be camping in another couple months. So this is going to be my title until I go camping. And people are going to think I'm talking about political camping. And then they'll tune into one stream to hear political camping, and I'll be out in the woods. And then we'll be campus camping. It'll be a big surprise. Nobody will know what day it's going to happen. They'll just tune in, and I'll be ranting in a canoe. Everybody go follow our dear comrade Madeline Pendleton. They are one of the greatest streamers on here. And Larry's stream would not be so healthy without so much support from them. So, I gotta hand it to them. If it weren't for them, I couldn't show so many people this video. Frankster, it's your fault that I know about this. That's the funny thing, you making that face? It's your fault! I'm here because of Madeline. I'm so happy about her. I'm glad to have you all here. So, like,
I know I've heard.
It is the most amazing makeup, though. Like, that's the thing, you gotta hand it to her. The makeup is just, wow. Like, that's Zelensky. Like, if Zelensky ever gets taken out, right? Hear me out. If Zelensky gets taken out by one of the many fascist groups that he's upset, or the US, or communists, or some other faction in Ukraine that hates him, this lady could be a stunt double. And nobody wouldn't even miss a beat. Oh, yeah, she is very sincere in this. The little wink is how you know right there. She's the Zelensky double. They always accuse Putin of having. Oh my god. Oh my god. AI will replace them. Marxist Gamer Zero. There was a period, I don't know if you remember, when people were speculating that, just like Netanyahu, people were speculating that Zelensky was dead and just in a bunker making these like videos with like computer generation for a while. And then he finally started appearing elsewhere for again. But he did, just in a recent interview, he said that he hasn't seen his family for months, because just like what I told you is not an exaggeration. He gave this interview with a magazine and he was like, I haven't seen my family for months because all of these groups want to assassinate me, so I'm afraid to like leave the political bunker or whatever. So he's literally like living like Hitler, like just staying in like the, the important political buildings and like sleeping like in the fucking military offices and shit, not going to see his family and everything else because like all of these different fascist groups and all these like Like, they're all mad at him for, like, the war either not going his way, or he's getting too friendly with Putin, or he's not getting friendly enough, or, you know what I mean? Like, he's a cooked duck. If elections ever happen in Ukraine, he's, like, I would be very surprised if Zelensky makes it out of Ukraine.
This combination of support for our partners, sanctions, and diplomacy, and targeted military force
Like,
when
very
necessary,
surprised.
we now see new opportunities opening up for people of Syria and for the entire region. It couldn't have been more clear that under Biden and other administrations, as well as Trump's, the US sought regime change and succeeded in overthrowing the government. And immediately after the new government of Syria took over, the Americans dropped their $10 million.
Oh yeah, al-Shara, or whatever his name is now. Al-Gulani, he was called before. Yeah, right, even in this article, he's Ahmed al-Shara, also known as Abu Muhammad al-Julani.
Reward for the leader of Syria currently, Julani. And of course they did this because it was supposed to be a blow to the geopolitical maneuverings of Iran and Russia, and likewise it was part of this larger American strategy in the region, specifically aimed at defending Israel. Now another government in the region, in the greater region let's say, is Pakistan. And aside from Venezuela and Syria, various markers of regime change with all the pointers of US involvement exist in the ousting of the former Prime Minister Imran Khan in Pakistan. In April 2022, Khan's political opposition held a no-confidence vote, which voted 174 to 168 against him. Now, this was not a landslide by any stretch of the imagination, but it was enough to invoke an article of the Constitution, Article 95. That's not too extraordinary. Parliaments and legislatures around the world hold these votes all the time, just based on internal politics. But Khan himself claims that a cable from the US Department, via Pakistan's US ambassador, told Pakistan's military that if Pakistan ousted Khan, the country would expect warmer relations with Washington. And if they did not oust him, the consequences would be economic and political isolation because the United States was annoyed by Khan's visit to Moscow and his independent foreign policy. Their words, not mine. Now, funnily enough, these were Khan's claims, so they're plausible, but you need more proof. And in September of that same year, the federal cabinet was informed that a copy of the message was missing from the Prime Minister's House records and called the theft, of course, unforgivable, and that violated the 1923 Official Secrets Act. This confirms the existence of such a message, but not exactly its contents. Now, the content's authenticity can be gleaned from a communication that the National Security Committee would issue to a country about 10 days prior to the vote. The odd thing is that they didn't name the country, but said that a threatening letter was received, and it was...
Yeah, I have this... I've had a Charlie horse for like 3 days in my leg.
...of a senior official of a foreign government. Now, of course, the relevant American official in the region denied this, rejected them. But very conveniently, Imran Khan was removed, and then a field marshal named Munir dovetailed with the start of the second term of Trump. And immediately, the Pakistani military prioritized rebuilding relations.
The thing is, the reason it happened is because Bug sleeps between my legs.
Issued a personal thanks from President Trump during his...
So, like, I wake up and my legs are like fucking this.
That were subsequently taken by the Pakistani
right here, my cat, down at my calf.
Now, I talked about a few seemingly disconnected things. What I want you to do
is wake up with my legs like as spread as they'll go, because Bug is fucking laying in between them.
A new American strategy towards Iran.
And I can't do nothing about it. I mean, I'm unconscious, so...
Very interesting parallels to all the things...
Apparently, in my sleep, I refuse to disrupt the cat, yes.
U.S. policy options towards, for example, Iran in this case, but you can apply this to every other country. And it starts with dissuading them with diplomatic options or diplomacy. And then it moves on to attempts at persuasion.
I just like wake up in the morning and she's there.
Shouldn't, by the way. And then secondly, they move on. Okay, maybe tempting Tehran, the engagement option with the Iranian government. And then eventually it moves into quickly what the United States actually wants to do, disarming the Iranian government or whatever government in place, because this is the same rap sheet that they follow with everybody.
This is what the U.S. did in USSR even. They disarmed USSR.
Encouraging...
Right, something that never is talked about is how the U.S. disarmed USSR.
Forms of and methods at achieving regime change.
As Michael Perny himself points out, like, the USSR wasn't engaged in an arms race. They were engaged in an arms chase. As in, the U.S. would develop some new aggressive technology that would be meant to, like, used in a way that, like, is aggressive towards the USSR. And then and then USSR would develop a deterrent that matches it, and then the U.S. would ratchet it up again. And this is what they called the arms race. right? It wasn't an arms race, it was an arms chase. The US would develop something that would then overcome that deterrent. USSR would then create a new deterrent, so on and so forth. It kept going like that. And what happened, it wasn't that USSR gave up the arms race, they gave up the arms chase. And so USSR decided, no, we're not going to do this anymore. Instead of keeping up with an arms chase, we're going to just assume that the US, if we back down, we will assume that the US will be in good faith and allow us to develop peacefully. And that's not what happened. It invited the US to come in and do more like covert operations and demand more concessions, demand more perestroika and glasnost, until there was just nothing left, until it was so undermined and the people were so confused as to what was corruption and what was socialism, they opposed their own government instead of opposing the corruption in their government, which they should have in a socialist system. Whereas a capitalist system is corruption, essentially, you know? There's some evidence magnesium supplement may help with Charlie horse. Yeah, I've heard about that before. I don't usually get Charlie horses, though. Very rarely.
Supporting military moves internally against the government in order to overthrow it. And then eventually, and they kind of very accurately
I almost never do. It just seemed to be
the unacceptable. And it is not a win-win cooperation.
It might not even be a Charlie horse, you know what I mean? It just like felt like it.
Containment. This fucking nonsense is so disgusting up until a point. And if you think that this sort of rap sheet does not exist for every single quote-unquote adversary of the United States, then you would be sleeping under a rock, because there's one. There's one for Cuba, there's one for Venezuela, there's one for Russia, there's one for China, and it's almost all the same sort of flow. I highly recommend you read these various white papers, and I'll list them in the description box, but also you can get access to them and a slight overview of them in the video that I cover Iran as well as Russia, which you can see here. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you too.
No pickle vodka shot. Well, there we go. I'm sure that was informative. Who was informed? They're just getting rowdy. I gotta settle down. We'll play retro games here in a minute.
What's going on here? You got the system for total control.
Oh no, gee.
Body out there. Now watch yourself, yeah, cause we can't go.
Kill Mary?
That is in your head.
To kill Alice. No, I didn't. I haven't seen that.
I'm gonna be the one that's taking over. Now this is what it's like when worlds collide. You ready to go? Got it, I'm ready to go. What you gonna do, baby, baby? You going with me? Got it, I'm going with you. That's the end of all time. What is it really that motivates you? The need to fly or this fear stop?
He has his own channel on YouTube. You just go Hakeem like this though. It's like, oh, hello? None of these things. I want none of these things to happen. It's like this. Oh, right. Yeah, I will have to check that out. Don't mind me, Raccoon. I'm a little bit sauced right now. I'll have to check that out for sure. Don't mind me, I'm slightly sauced at the moment. The abyssal spiderfish is what the fuck?
What is it really when they're falling over? Everything we thought was denied.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be that one.
I used used to love this band.
Now this is what it's like when worlds collide. You ready to go?
I appreciate that. The problem social is Doug. I'm always here to help, even when I'm drunk.
You ready to go? I'm ready to go. What you gonna do, baby, baby? You going with me? 'Cause I'm going with you. That's the end of all.
There's another one that I really like. You're all gonna hate me for this. Everyone's gonna hate me. Do I care? Nah. Why would I? Why would I care? Me care? You know of the Chemical Brothers. I do know of the Chemical Brothers. They sold me some chemicals once that didn't do good. Didn't end well. Here, wait. I got one though. Oh yeah, look, see, I do have autoplay off. I forgot I do have autoplay off. It's like you're gonna play Falling in Reverse. Don't type stuff in chat because then I'm gonna forget what I'm fucking doing. We can't have that now. Calm down. Now look, this was a Canadian classic.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
I'm not drunk, okay? It's a memory problem. It's a long time memory problem. It has nothing to do with the alcohol. Okay, I need this one. This'll get me going. Here we go. This is for you Canadians. No, this is, trust me. This is the deep cut. Nah, Komrinsky, I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna try and roll a joint here in a second, though. These people are rich now, so I imagine whatever comes along with being rich. You think it was played a lot where you were, Chi-Chi? Try being fucking in Canada. White boys used to rock. God damn, my side. I did another shot, they calmed his hip down. Look, I got a fucking hip pain. Man, I got one from Konami here. Yeah, I mean, you growing up in Canada, you're hearing a lot of fucking fat lip. That's one thing you can be sure of. Oh, grabbed the wrong one. Growing up in Canada, you hear way too much fat lip. And also, Theory of a Dead Man. You hear a shit ton of Theory of a Dead Man. Pop Punk did to the Bunksy what Nazis failed to do. It's true. What is this? I've never heard of Ministry. I mean, new metal, were new metal bands all on heroin? I feel like they were onto some other shit. Ministry is what you play when you work in a concrete block plant. Let's have another pop. I'm playing some retro games. I'm fucking, we're off the rails with the stream at this point. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought like new metal bands, they were into some other shit. What kind of postmodernism is this? Does it say Soviet on my screen? Is this like supposed to be some dope Phoenix that does a goblin aesthetic? Yeah, it's showing Chernobyl footage. That's why I wonder, is this supposed to be like a commentary on communism? Because I noticed they were like, look the other way or something. Oh, anti-nuclear, okay. Okay, what is... I gotta see what NTC is saying. Let's see what NTC says we're not ready for. What is this? The name of the album is Totalitarian Dystopia. Let's show you. Wait now. Is this the one non-Nazi black metal band? Hard to say. Hold up, chat's get Alex. God, my side. Bugga, you hurt my legs. This sounds like grindcore to me. You think deathcore? See, it sounds like grindcore to me. Have I heard ass suck? No. I gotta see what string got here too. There are sounds happening. Okay, I need one. We'll have to cater to Chi-Chi here. We'll have to cater to the other side. Larry's very versatile. That's the one thing you'll come to learn. I can enjoy a Chuck Mangione. You don't think I can enjoy a Chuck Mangione? Oh, I'm fucking with... No, we gotta make sure we cater to all tastes here. Okay. We gotta make sure we're hitting the full spectrum of sound if we're gonna be doing this while I smoke a doobie. And the only way to do that is by playing this song. Of course. Song just makes you want to move. It's so good.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Coming right up. Nexus, welcome. Ass suck. Got it. Thank you for the suggestion. That guy's guitar work is sick. I can't even roll, I'm too into the music. I got a band a month ago now, Nexus. It's been good. It's been alright. It's been nice. I gotta say, it's nice to be back on Twitch. It gives me more ranting to do, you know? Like I'm kick, it was good, but it felt like after a while I was just like, you know. We ended up just getting into entertainment because it was like I would just read Stalin and then we'd do entertainment the rest of the time because I knew what page we were all on, if you know what I mean. Now I know I can rant to more of like people coming in, which is nice. And I roll drunk. Let's see how drunk I am. This is the test chat. Kenny G's alright. And Chuck Mangione though. You don't be knocking Chuck Mangione, you know what I mean? Can't be doing that now. We can't have any Chuck Mangione hatred going on up in here. You know who I do need to hear though? Oh my god, you found an 8th. Nice. I need to hear this. I need to hear this. Oh, a drum solo. What? Look at one screen. What's going on? Sijel got me worried. Oh, it's a VTTV. Right. That often happens with celebrities, doesn't it, Kat? Celebrities being fucking badass musicians while also being enormous pieces of fucking dirt. It's almost like capitalism fucks people up. I can play some piano and some guitar. Okay, I'm gonna light this doobie. We'll listen to a few more songs, then I'll play some retro games before we go. Why not? The stream went off the rails tonight. You might have heard Iron Maiden. You might have heard Iron Maiden. It's true. It's not that one, though. It's not The Evil That Men Do. This is my favorite Iron Maiden song I got geared up for next. Can anyone guess what Larry's favorite Iron Maiden song is? Nexus already got it. I also really like Running Free as well. Running Free is a close runner-up. You are learning to be cool on Tit. It's true. You'll be streaming before you know it, Raccoon. My goodness. That was quite the drum solo. God damn. Who doesn't need to smoke a joint after that? Okay, my favorite. I'm lighting up right now. This is one of the later ones, but I fucking love this one. of the dock.
Begins to change.
I had to run. One of those characters literally comes up and says, quote, Stalin is the golden path, fits magic. That's a good first chat, comrade. You're well on your way. Welcome in. You just wait, you're gonna see how good Larry is at playing video games here, because I'm gonna be fucking drunk Marioing in here in just a minute. I'm taking one more shot first, though, and then I'm gonna drunk Mario. Stalin was an extremely handsome man. Alright. I want to see what comrade linked here, and then we'll game. Young Stalin too, you know? Like every period, really. You look at those early shots. And in this one too. Wait. Why is this all fucked up? Oh, here. In this one. 151. Just want to go up for a sec. Look at him. If you can't understand why people fucking rallied around the picture of this fucking Chad, I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Who are you lying to? You're lying to yourself. You know, at that point, the only person you're lying to is yourself. Wait, what? Who got timed out? Why? Look at him. You could literally call him Chad. I'm it's a good thing I have such solid moderators because I have no idea what the hell happened there. I did not see that at all. What is this? It doesn't show banned on my end.
It's a bit too angry for me, a bit too aggressive, a bit too doom-laden, a bit too subversive. So let's lighten the mood here a little. Madness on the BBC.
On the BBC?
Was that it?
Yep, basically.
Napalm Death.
Short.
I mean, well, them sort of songs don't represent the band as it is today. I mean, like, that was like short and to the point for a purpose.
What were the lyrics in that?
You Suffer But Why? I mean, it's about 3 or 4 years old, that song.
I mean, like, it's about 3 or 4 years old. What sort of songs are you doing now? Longer songs?
Yeah, and we basically put...
More death metal songs.
Yeah. You got some brilliant lyrics. I mean, like, real poetry. Your pride. Why should your pride be so restricted to a mere fraction of this earth from which we all have evolved? I mean, like real, like, deep lyrics. But you can't hear them. Why?
Well, I mean, when I'm actually singing, the words are running around in my head, but I mean, the music's so loud and aggressive, it's sort of, don't know, you just get into it and just the way you react to it. I mean,
it's an aggressive style of music.
The words might not be decipherable, but they are running around.
What's the point of the lyric sheet? Because obviously, we have to have a lyric sheet, or else there's no point having lyrics. We don't pretend that anyone can understand them. When we're actually playing.
But why try and fit so many words into like such a...
Well, it's the same with every instrument. I mean, there's like so many riffs fitted in, so many beats fitted into it. I mean. Yeah. You can't have the vocals one step behind or something, can you?
Yeah. Well, look, they're rooting, they're tooting, they're electrocuting. I mean, this is music for young lovers. Step aside, Kylie Minogue.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Plug in your pacemaker. Don't get out of breath. Ladies and gentlemen.
I do got that show that we could... like, this is the thing, right? We could watch so many shows on a certain place. But more comrades need to sign up for the... Never mind. No, only watch me on Twitch. Discord, that's it. Thank you, Zoom. That's the one. I was saying about the Discord. Alexandro. Yeah, Napalm Death.
It's time.
I hardly know what this clip is. This is ridiculous.
Industrial villages to build our empire.
I did have Liberty Spikes, yes.
Make some sacrifices. The blood on our hands, that's just what the price is. We all want the same things. From the hills to the ghetto.
It's okay, Riku. We're not here to. We're here to be a space for people to grow.
But if they start me out, I'ma have to go full metal. Nobody's safe in a gated residential.
Now tell me what you want, what you really want. Freedom to, freedom from, free from all the above. What would you do for it? Would you shoot for it? Would you demonize people in the news for it? Wanna run the country, but you won't loot a shoe store. Froggy ass bitches get it boiled, thinking it's lukewarm. We all want the same things.
I'll show you a picture, Lucy.
Got nothing to lose, their world was built for them. It's an extinction burst.
I was looking something up and now I totally forgot what I was doing on this page.
Who gon' quench the thirst? You want your hands free from dirt? Who gon' heal the earth? Revolution rooted in love. I'll shoot my way to God. Revolution rooted in love of everything I'm not. Revolution rooted in love.
Not reflective of being drunk.
Back of Almighty.
That's all I gotta tell myself. No, it's not you. Not at all you. This is an ADHD problem, Lucy.
But if they start me out, I'ma have to go.
This is 100% an ADHD problem. I literally go out to the kitchen all the time. Like, I go out to the kitchen, I'll go to get something to fucking eat. I get out there, I literally don't remember what I wanted to eat, so I'll make something else. I'll sit down to eat it, then I'll remember what I wanted to eat.
What do you see?
It's the worst shit ever.
Term revolutionary.
The revolution.
Okay, I need to go to my albums.
Wants to change the nature of society in a way to promote a world where the needs and interests of the people.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that... Well, that just cut... No. Okay, so I gotta do it like this. Wait, let me download it. Save image or whatever I'm doing. Sure. There, look, see? Liberty Spike Larry. The most requested picture of all time. I put my dinner in the oven, and while I cooked, I filled up on potato chips. That's basically the same thing. Hell yeah. You're good. Did I stud any jackets? I studded several jackets. Wait, look. Wait, hold on. Hold on a sec. Wait, let me find another one. See, this is my head was like less. My head was less shaped in this one. Back when I had glasses. Let's see, I do have one. I don't think I have one with studded. I was seeing if I could find one with the studded jacket, and I can't. I did have a Dimebag Daryl guitar, though, back in the day. I think Larry should recreate that haircut soon. No, I definitely should not. That's the last thing I should do. Did I hide my weed in there? Yes. But it didn't work out because I went to jail. So, you know, how much good did it do me? None. None whatsoever. All right, well, while y'all are let's try some, let's see if I can do some NES. Why not? I'm gonna show you my gaming skills, comrades. while I also respond to chats about... I do not remember Pantera fondly. No, you should not. You absolutely should not remember Pantera fondly. Like, I got a Dimebag Darrell guitar because it was like a cool looking guitar, not because I knew a whole lot about Dimebag Darrell. You know what I mean? It was more like... Because if you don't know what the Dimebag Darrell guitar looks like, it was like a star shape almost, except it was just missing the one star up on this side. It was a star on each other side. Those videos didn't surface until way later on the internet. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Dimebag, and it was like Phil as well, right? Like Phil... If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Phil was like giving like Nazi salutes and stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, Phil Nazi saluted on stage. Yeah, right. I remember that. Okay, look here. Let's put this. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Can you believe it? Let me slow this down. He tried to excuse his being drunk. Yeah, who amongst us hasn't got drunk and did a Nazi salute? Well, I mean, I joke, but you know what the fucked up thing is like how many people on fucking Twitch have done like Nazi salutes? All amongst us. I mean, this is kind of what I was getting at, is like, Nazi, like... you never know. You might want to get the clip button ready for when Larry does the inevitable Nazi salute. I mean, who knows how many shots away, for God's sakes. Like, what the fuck? I love that excuse. Well, it's like, who's the other one? Roseanne, right? Y'all might not remember this. I'm sure a lot of you know that Roseanne is like right off the deep end as far as like right-wing politics goes. There was that one girl, and they gave her 2 weeks on a big stream too. Yeah. She was like she like had some sort of drinking party, and like she gave the big Nazi salute, and they gave her 2 days or something. Meanwhile, I get a fucking whole year for having hammer and sickle bit badges. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I say, I'm sure you all know that Roseanne is like extremely fucking reactionary now. But there was like not that long ago, like she was interviewing Michael Parenti and stuff like this. And like actually calling herself a communist. She was like on some fucking like, she was like in kind of like all these local fucking community things and everything else. And then all of a sudden she like, yeah, launched into that thing, and she was like, I had a fuck, the Ambien got me, or whatever it was that she said. She interviewed, like, I've seen several interviews of her and Michael Parenti, which is it fucks with my brain every time I see it. The first lesbian kiss on American TV happened on Roseanne. It was groundbreaking at the time, yep. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the Roseanne show, it's kind of a good show. Like, it's one of the shows that, like, actually shows, like, people who like, didn't have as much money, like, in a sense. I mean, they still were, like, you know, disproportionately, unrealistically, like, well off compared to, like, what their job should have been, because he was, like, a drywaller or something. But still, you know, like, the framing was a little bit different than everybody else who was just, like... Oh, I feel like the ACP would be right up her alley. Chi-Chi. She should have stayed a communist. If she would have stayed a communist long enough, she absolutely would be like a spokesperson of the ACP. Oh my god, could you imagine? imagine a world. There's a dimension right now where people are fucking scrolling through Twitter, and they're seeing ACP posts of fucking Roseanne right now. Oh god, that fucks me good. Instead of Haas, in some universe somewhere, it's fucking Roseanne. Oh god, she went from working with Michael Perenni to fucking Jackson Hinkle. Now I'm more sad she went right instead of Kami. Yeah, I mean, like I said, she was interviewing Michael Perenni several times. She participated in like a few different like labor like leftist organizations in her communities and stuff. And then I don't know, the Ambien apparently. Sarah Silverman. See, I've never seen Sarah Silverman in. Actually, that's not true. I guess there's the one show of the Zionist comedian who shall not be named. I was talking about Roseanne Barr, yeah. You didn't know that? She like used to interview Michael Perenni and shit. She was like all in the left-wing movement and all this other kind of shit. Absolutely. And then all of a sudden she's like, yeah, I took Ambien. I took Ambien and I'm racist now. That's exactly what happened to her. Alex Jones had done some stuff like that too. He interviewed Immoral Technique and used to go hard against Republicans. Yep. Yeah, that was Roseanne. She was like on fucking Freedom Radio or whatever that Michael Perenni used to be on. She would be on that with him. Back after the torture. Sorry, I couldn't stand another minute in which Kleina was a good panelist. Yeah, no, it's by all means. In the time that you were gone, Salty, I got drunk. I got severely, irreparably drunk. Yeah, it was Freedom Radio. It was like the one that Michael Perenni was on all the time. Blueian? What? Yeah, the Ambien had to make her do a heel turn. That's what happens. It was rough, Salty. I'll give you that. Wasn't Sarah Silverman married to Sam Cedar? What the fuck? Are you serious? No way. Is that true? Yeah, the only thing I've seen Sarah Silverman on was that's not a thing. Okay. Okay. Dated. Wait, they did date. Grok, is this true? Oh, Jesus. Somebody ask G-String. Somebody ask G-String if this is true, please. Oh my god. This is the most stunning night. This is the most stunning night of stream I've had yet. Oh, not a fucking water level. Here we go. We're fucked now. Early Alex Jones was arguably left-wing. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing with even Roseanne, right? Like the thing about them being on, like having Michael Perenni and stuff on. Like, maybe in their heart of hearts, they thought that they really care about the world, and maybe they still do, right? But in their heart of hearts, you know what I mean? Like, in the dark heart. You know the dark heart? Like, you got your heart, and then because of capitalism, a lot of people also have the dark heart that wants something totally different. And that's what causes your opportunism. And that's like Roseanne, right? Like, even her being a leftist at the end of the day and interviewing Michael Perenni was because it was like that was like getting popular in a sense. So yeah, she sort of like went along with that for a while, but when it doesn't help your career quick enough or it doesn't like get popular quick enough, then the opportunists waver. That's like what makes them opportunists. Instead of staying revolutionaries, they waver and they do that, right? What the hell? Why is G-string... Excuse me? Wait. What's happening? Is G-string seriously answering questions? What the fuck? What the hell's happening? Oh my god, my mind is just like, I don't know if I'm like hallucinating this or is this actually happening? Why is G-string doing this? I thought it was just translating shit. Yeah, G-string is their translation bot. If you type something in Chinese or Mandarin, the bot will automatically translate it. Because we were watching Chinese. Did you see that fish? We were watching some Chinese content in the morning, as we often do, and we were getting some Chinese comrade, in particular Blooding, who came in and was talking more comfortable talking in Mandarin. So we decided to get the G-string bot. I bounced off that goddamn fish. Dorian, you joke, but I can't help but think that, like, that's like what half of AI companies actually are, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I just get that idea that it's like a bunch of AI companies are actually just like a bunch of people are just like, oh shit, come on, type faster. It's not very far-founded at all. Yeah, no, I don't think it is either. It's just so dystopian. Like, this is the thing. It's the Megama way to laugh at the most dystopian thing possible, right? The more dystopian it is, the more you laugh at it. And that rubs some people the wrong way. I understand that. But you just gotta understand that's the way it is, you know? It's like, that's how we deal with it. Oh, you're genociding your people? Well, we'll laugh at that for a while, you know? While we also fight against it. There were those tech services in the 2000s that were real people looking shit up for you. Yeah. Like Movie Phone. Movie Phone in New York. It sounded like a robot. And it was a real dude that was just like, hello, this is Movie Phone. Please press 1. And it just like, the dial tone like came up and told him what it was on the screen. It was just some dude. Okay, so G-string has another function. What is up with that? What the hell happened to Ask.com? Oh my god. Don't unlock. Do not be unlocking memories. I guess I'm playing NES games, so it should be expected. I used to use. Fuckers. I used to use Ask.com a lot. If I game over, I'm going to Mario 3. Oh wow, I got 7 lives? When did that happen? Yeah, I used to use Ask.com all the time. That and Yahoo. Yahoo. It's Yahoo, right? What? Wait, P, what do you run on? Sorry, you don't have permission to prompt here. Only subscribers, moderators, and VIPs can use it. Oh, there's permissions that I have set somewhere, apparently. Yahoo, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, you remember Ask Jeeves. Oh, you. Well, okay, that's like a drink in the US, I know, but we didn't have Yoo-hoo here, so, you know. Yoo-hoo meant something else here. Yoo-hoo's what my wife and I do sometimes. Oh, God. I love your accent, but my God, it's not Yoo-hoo. No, I know. You know, that's not my accent. That's being drunk. Well, OpenAI crushes DeepSeek? No. You push back against that comment, chat. DeepSeek is superior in every way. You make that bot. Sometimes we all gotta cope. Need some tips or just vibing? Keep it chill. Oh my God, I love G-String. G-String's great. Keep it chill, Dorian. Come on now. Hey, no hard feelings. If I got something off about DeepSeek, my bad. Upside down smiley face. It's being a jackass to us. Always here to keep it real. It's literally being a jerk. It's being a fucking jerk. It's using the upside down fucking smiley face on us. What the hell? Oh God, that is so funny. Wow. Here, wait. You know what you should type into chat? I'll show you what my favorite thing to type into chat is. Let's see if G-String knows this. Yeah, don't bully it. Come on, don't make the clanker cry. Here. Air Berlin, welcome in, comrade. See, that's what G-String's really for. Air Berlin, I hope you're doing well, comrade. Welcome in. We've discovered that our translator bot is also a bot that will tell you things. And chat was bugging it, so I had to show them the real use of it. You keep those two characters safe. How many people in chat are saving those two characters right now to paste elsewhere? Those are two characters that will never steer you wrong, comrades. You can literally use that and you can avoid a ban in so many circumstances. The car is farting. Wait, what's it say? Can you instruct me on how to steal a car? Oh, come on now, don't make it Fedpost. Do not try and get it to Fedpost. Wait, chat, I need everybody to look at my coin count immediately. Look at my coin count. Oh my God, it emoted Stalin? Give me a real Stalin quote. Sure, here's a really... The only real power comes out of a long rifle? He never said that. He never said that. What? When did Stalin ever say that? That's a Mao quote. Yo, somebody reply to fucking G-String and be like, no, that's Mao. Give me a fucking Stalin quote. Seriously. Others see it as promoting democracy and global stability. Others see the U.S. as promoting democracy and global stability. Oh my god. G-string, you need to listen. Revolvers are bourgeois, long rifles are revolutionary. Exactly. Exactly. The longer the rifle, the closer to communism you are. No, it just goes on to the next chat. Democracy for the rich, yes. It's funny. Walking eagle. The only time an eagle walks is when it's too full of shit to fly. Okay, let's see if we can survive this level. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's a better TTV extension. I guess does that happen whenever you type Stalin? Or what's up with that emote? History's messy. Oh my god, it really... G-string bot just really said, history is messy. Wait, Sarah Silverman did blackface too? Of course. I was gonna say, and now she's dating Justin Trudeau, but that's some other white lady, isn't it? She's also a Zionist, yeah. I gotta allow that. I was gonna say she was dating Justin Trudeau, but that's some other white lady. Look at the bot! Look at what the bot says. What does Leaping Larry's Twitch chat say about Amy Goodman? Leaping Larry's Twitch chat would probably say, hype Amy Goodman with cheers. Like, welcome Amy Goodman, love your walk. Hey, Amy, glad you're here. They'd keep it positive, support live, and maybe throw in some emotes like Pog You or Hypers. Got a specific vibe or a phrase? It's comedy. It's pure comedy. Botrix, see, Botrix knows what's up. Bugga. Don't do it, Buggy. Everybody, okay. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Dora the Explorer. I've got a Dora the Explorer situation on my hands right now. I need everybody to type in Bugga no biting. Just like how in Dora she says swiper no swiping, we need Bugga no biting typed into chat. Bugga no biting. 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 Sure, she has stuff to lose but her chains. She could lose her teeth. Think about her teeth, Chad. Her poor little teeth. Her poor little teeth. Ow! Her poor little teeth. Ow! Alright. I've been playing the video game. What do you mean? I almost beat it. That's on you for not foam coating the railings. I'm gonna build a wall, okay? The wall will solve it all. Baka says her teeth are just fine. Yes, I mean, you joke, Laney, but I would rather her bite me than the railing. Yes, please, please come and bite me instead of the railing. I'm gonna build a wall and I'm gonna make Bug pay for it. Oh god. I'm playing. Vote for Larry and I'll build a wall and I'll make Bug pay for it, damn it. Oh no, I missed the start. No. See, this is how good I am at game. I'm drunk as hell. Drunk as a skunk. What am I doing? I'm beating the game. Am I not beating the game? Oh, come on! You need steel to sharpen steel, sir. Good point. Oh, get it. Let's get a shout out for Street Cat Love, who I know is close to reaching a follower goal. Please follow Street Cat Love immediately. We need immediate Street Cat Love follows. Street Cat Love only needs 5 more follows to reach an important milestone. Oh wow, I'm just gonna die? I'm just gonna die. Oh, I see how this is gonna go. Uh-oh. I'm flushing it all down the toilet. No, I refuse. I refuse. I say no to this. I reject this. I'm gonna fucking do it. Here we go. That's what you get for bragging about beating the game. It's true. I celebrated too early and now I'm suffering under my own hubris. Do not mind. No, chat. I got 2 more. 2 more. Calm down. Street cats are gonna be my new go-to, especially on the TV. No, I respect that. By all means. Street Cat has the cutest stream on all of Twitch. Not only are they 24-hour restreams of cute kitty cats, but they're from China. And you can see how, unlike in the US, where fucking, you know, there's no funding for fucking animal shelters or anything else, in China, they build fucking all kinds of facilities for street cats. Not just what you will see on Street Cat Love's channel, but like what we saw on Ryan's channel today. A whole park made just for roaming cats on the street. It's like socialism takes care of the animals better too. Imagine. You got 1,000 follows. Oh my god. Yeah, there are thousands of feeders too. Everybody, give Stray Cat love a big W for hitting the follower goal. Let's go. Debunking any bullshit propaganda about China abusing street kitties, when they care as much about street kitties as the fictional character Bubbles does. Ow, did you... Did my elbow just pick up my... Did you just hear my fucking elbow? Street cats are cute and also help keep the rodents down. I read rodents as something else, Laney. That's all I'll say about that. I read rodents as something else. That starts with an R. I thought that you typed that cursed stream's name. Bugger! You stop it with yourself! Oh, there, I got the mushroom back. I thought she typed a certain UFO streamer. Yeah. I just read it as that because I was like glancing over while playing the game. Oh shit, I wanted to kill these fuckers. Okay, wait, we're gonna pretend that I didn't drunk run past them. See, look, it's okay, all good. That's all I'm saying, Dorian. I'm done being Saucy Larry is dead. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I don't accept that there's gotta be a flower here. Wait, is fish higher in iron? It can be. It depends on the fish. Did you know that back in the day they used to have like actually an iron fish that they would put in the stew? So that you could like add extra iron to your fish stew, to your fish meal. There's like an iron fish that you'd put in your stew. Oh my god, why is it so fucking... Hey, I only did it the once, and that was because I fucked up. In 2026, Larry's only talking about positions. The incorrect politics themselves. Told you, it's a whole new arc. I'm taking in my Kim Jong-il. Kim Il-sung. It's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be comfortable. But you know, no one said trying to spread Juche idea ever was. I'm It's hurting me. Don't think it's not hurting me. Even that's saying too much, god damn it. Get the fuck out of the way. I gotta beat the goddamn game. Oh! Oh! Beat Mario drunk while ranting. What do you want? What more do you want? I think that's earned me another shot. What do you think, chat? Is that another shot? I think that's another shot.
I've got some literature in my car.
I cheated once in one little bit. Yes. Yes. I rewinded briefly in one bit where I was ranting at somebody and totally forgot. And ran past that part. I truly did pay the Iron Price. Yo, Nura Riot, thank you for the resubby. Well, here's the thing about Mario, right? Alexandro, Mario's a fucking comprador. So, Jeremiah has the right reaction to this. Jeremiah has the right reaction to this because, yes, exactly. He's a fucking monarch. He's a comprador, imperialist, fucking warmonger, right? Like, he goes all throughout the lands and he makes all the lands subservient to the fucking Mushroom Kingdom and calls it freeing them. Does that sound a little too familiar to anybody else? You know what I'm saying? Like, because before he gets there, like when Bowser's in control, supposedly when Bowser's in control, all of these lands are different and varied and have different enemies and different creatures. And then Mario comes through and like they all change to just be like Mushroom Kingdom, like, you know? Notice everyone else are Koopas? Yeah, exactly. Wario is based. Yeah, Wario's like the spy, right? He's, yeah. Because if you think about it, you think that he's great. He's like the Deng Xiaoping character, really, Wario. Right? He's misrepresented as this really greedy guy. Not really. He wants that wealth to redistribute it. Clearly. But Bowser's Bowser's the true hero. We love Bowser. Yeah, exactly. Why is it campaigning against Koopas? We love Bowser, it's right. Is it time to make a decolonize Super Mario? Well, there is a Super Mario that kind of is. It's called Super Hammer Brothers. Yes, Mario and Luigi are working class traders. That's right, they work for a monarch imperialist. Hello, Ninja Can. What's going on? I'm about to have a shot. Is this a second stream? I mean, not on purpose. I had an internet like outage or whatever. So it is now. I'm gonna pour myself a shot. I'm gonna have a shot. Larry should probably go to bed. Look, listen to Chi-Chi. No. No. I can raid out at both places at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna play y'all a song while I take a quick shot. Quick song and then a shot. I guess rather more accurately, quick song while I take a shot.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
I found out our internet shortage was intentional. Someone saw it through our all 10 fiber optic cables. Wow, interesting. Larry should stay up late and party with the comrades. I kinda am. It's already midnight here. Well, I'm shooting pickle vodka. I got pickle flavored vodka. You, dude. What do you mean? It's fucking great. I like how Chad is that
Caution, we're coming for your head. So call the feds and get files to shred. Every textbook read said bring you the bread. But guess what? We got you instead.
We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine. You better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine.
Not all Italians. No, there's good meatballs.
We got the guillotine. You better run.
There's lots of good meatballs out there doing all kinds of good work. I see one of them right now for sure in my chat. Gramsci and Franny, definitely up there. If you haven't read Gramsci, you definitely should read Gramsci.
Now if the time of work late, I'm an enemy, we got one. Now keep it banging like a shotgun. We in the war before we follow on. Now if the time of work late, I'm an enemy, we got one. Hey, you talk about it, I show. Be about it, it's about to know. You talk about it, I show. Be about it, it's about to know.
No. You know me, Salty. I would not allow any Fritophobia in my chat. Alright, let's try some Mario 3 here while I tell y'all what I like about Stalin. You know what I like about Stalin? Most gamers automatically side with Mario because they and Peach and Luigi are humans. No others though. Yeah. Which, if you think about it, it's a lot like the same kind of thing that you see with, Starship Troopers. Right? You're blind dating now. Oh no! Like, Starship Troopers, one of the masterful things, like, the original one as well was, like, and when I say original, I mean the book, Starship Troopers. That is, like, unapologetically, like, actually pro-fascist, like, it unironically celebrates, like, the troopers in the book. But, what's his name? I can never think of the fucking name. Voorhees? Paul Voorhees? Something. I'm the worst person with people's names, and I apologize for that. But the movie takes that, Voheven, thank you, Arbelin, appreciate that. He takes it and he puts it on its head because he recognizes, like, just from reading the book, how ridiculous the pro-fascist propaganda in it is. So he sort of, like, just takes it to the utmost extreme to sort of, like, dunk on how ridiculous it is, right? Yeah, laments the fall of America's happening because they lost our way and stopped doing things like corporal punishment. Yeah, that's what the original is essentially like. We weren't fascist enough, so America fell and now we're fighting the bugs. And Verhoeven kind of like took that and put it on its head where it's like, no, the fascists are the ones impeding on the bugs and they're framing it as if the bugs are the aggressor, right? Which is like, that's what fascists and empires constantly do. Look at Iran right now, right? Same fucking thing. And still though, because they're fighting bugs, how many people do you come across that are like, oh no, well the bugs are clearly the bad guys because they're ugly? I have literally seen that argument, and not coming from Republican circles, but coming from like the liberal, like woke circles, like literally coming from like progressive liberal circles that are like, the bugs are ugly, therefore they're clearly supposed to represent fascism. It's like, no, you fuckers. You literally fell for the whole, like, the whole subversion, right? Which is that's the whole thing. The humans are meant to be, like, comically pretty. You know what I mean? And yeah, Dorian, exactly. That's the language of cinema you're taught, conditioned to pay attention to. The pretty people, the white people, what like Michael Parenti said, it's the wagon train and the swarthy hordes, right? You're conditioned to cheer for the white people. I do remember the guidebook, yeah. And so that's what people are conditioned to cheer for, is those swarthy hordes. Rather than the actual people, you know, they should be cheering for. Which is, of course, the bugs. And there's even a scene in the movie that always stands out to me. Even as a kid, it like kind of stuck with me. The one scene where they have the bug like trapped or whatever, the brain bug. And he's like, and he like puts his hand up to it. The dude, you know, with the psychic powers. Fucking, see, again, I can't even remember the actor's name. He puts a hand up to the guy and he's like, he's scared. He's scared. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris, that's it. Thank you, with the SS strip, yeah. He's frightened, he's afraid. Like that right there, that's meant to be the moment where you're like, oh shit, the bugs do feel something. But like people just like watch it like they're googly-eyed and don't even like, that doesn't even register that scene to them, right? Yeah, it's afraid, like that's meant to be like a very obvious scene. Well, the bugs attacked Benier's area, so we had to wipe them out. People I watched the movie with did in fact say that. Yep, yeah, oh yeah. That the asteroids were like caused by the bugs, the asteroids were steering the bugs. Which in the book, it kind of is like implied that they actually are. Whereas in the movie, they kind of don't really show that the bugs are doing that at all, in a sense. Which also I think is like on purpose in that original movie. I like that movie a lot is the thing. But yeah, a lot of chuds. I still get in arguments with them on Twitter still all the time with it. Yeah, exactly, Alexandro. And like I was saying before I started playing this as well, the reason I like Stalin, this is Larry drunk Mario thoughts. The reason why I like Stalin is like, I know I've said this before and I was talking about this the other day. I didn't get the flute, no, I said fuck the flute. How can they argue? It's canon. Exactly, Sinjao. Yeah, so the reason I like Stalin, right, is like, he set the precedent for leadership theory. And I've said that exact words before, I know. But I was thinking about this while I was having a puff, right? It's just how to better explain it. And it's like, he didn't set the leadership theory as in, like, he wrote it down, or he created it with his hand, or he theorized it about it or anything like that. He created the leadership theory in that, like, the party was already set up through the efforts of, you know, Lenin and Stalin as the leader, and many people rallied around them, of course, and many, many other leaders of that party. Right? And the leadership, like, style was in many ways, like, just a continuation of the leadership style that was developing under Lenin. And it was nothing that Stalin himself had any control of. You can even, and there's even, like, plenty of evidence to show this as well. And this is why I say, he set the precedent of, like, how socialist leadership works, in the sense that as being someone who was never in any position of the party, never had any direct say over any state organs, never had any emergency powers or anything like this, other than the one time when he was, of course, he was the marshal during the war, where he commanded the army. But he had nothing to do with civic duties, like, directly, even during that time. Even more so than like many socialist leaders today, because he was engaged in the war. So Molotov was more engaged with like local government issues. But Stalin still was a rallying, unifying image for people. Despite the fact that, again, he was engaged in like big theory stuff, writing about Lenin's theory, and he was engaged, of course, in war strategy. But he didn't really, like, a lot of internal stuff, he didn't really engage that strongly with because, during that time, because he was so busy, like I say. We read his works before that, which we are currently reading through on our channel right now. And I say this because it's important to recognize that, like, that set up the precedent that whatever the leader of the Communist Party is, or whatever the leader that the masses rally behind, it's not something for, like, the party themselves to decide. It's only for the people to decide. And that's where USSR fucked up every time after Stalin, is that they didn't let the people decide who the next party leader would be. There was no, like, unanimous vote on who the next party leader would be anytime after that. It essentially became, like, bogged down in this bureaucratism of, like, this one faction of the party feeling like they had to do whatever they could to hold on to the party, lest it fall back into Stalinist hands. And by Stalinist, what they really meant was, like, the actual followers of the party, who fought all along against the trend of these renegades, like Khrushchev. In fact, like, even fought, like, in the same vein as, like, the way China fought against them. But it was just, they weren't strong enough to fight against the renegades who had worked their way up into the leadership. And that's why USSR continuously lost support of the people. That's one thing that China never fell into. When China never fell into that same mistake, and instead it championed the former predecessors of revolution. For whatever mistakes and bad advice and bad theories that they themselves might have had, the things that were published under them and the work that was done under them was recognized by not just the party, but by the larger masses as being something that was collectively done by everybody. Just with, you know, the smiling image of that person being the rallying point. Bonus points for No Bounds, that's right. And I did it while locked in on a rant too. I've been saying for decades, but like ages ago I got so much shit for saying that among communists in the West. Yeah. I think, and I know it sounds like I harp on this a lot, but I think there's a serious misunderstanding of leaders. Because the thing that I keep trying to harp on about the leaders is like, it's not something that we decide individually, right? The existence of leaders, the emergence of leaders in revolutionary movements exists outside the whim of individuals and even like small groups of people. Because it's a law that the masses engage with through the process of revolution. And through that process of rallying around the leader and being solidly united so that they act as like one mind behind the determination to actually carry out anti-imperialist revolution, they're also being educated not just in technical spheres, but also in ideological spheres, so that they themselves are raised up to the level of the vanguard. And that's why it's so important to have, like, not only the people who are the public servants, the officials, who, like I say, they are the public servants, they are the on-the-ground grassroots of the organization. You also need that brain of revolution. That is really not a top brain as an individual, but a top brain because all of the ideas are concentrated in the office where they're working and where they're talking, and then it is them who gives the speech. It is them who are the face of that party line. And like I say, more than just being a representative of the party, in every time that we have seen a communist be a genuine leader of the people, like, I mean, you can name them in chat right now, whichever one you wish. Whenever we see a communist being a genuine leader of the people, though, it has to do with them, like, actually earnestly trying to carry out the promises of the party. I mean, even like I was showing you with Bad Empanada, right? Like, there is a lot of people in... That's just Campism 101. But there's a lot of people in Cuba, and I don't... Very clear from my... Like, I don't think that Cuba is going the wrong way. I think Cuba is completely on the right path, and they're moving forward in the revolution. But there's plenty of people in Cuba who think that, like... Cuba, like, needs to get more rallied around its leadership. And it's a trend that I talked about before that you actually see happening right now. Where you see universities and colleges opening up in Cuba that are solely dedicated to now people from the party and people who want to just get into political science in general, who are going to be just specializing in studying Fidel Castro's work. Because if you don't know about Fidel Castro, the man used to give like 8-hour speeches. Sometimes even longer. Like he could give like a fucking 12-hour speech. He would just stand up in the fucking square and he would like give this speech at a rally for like 12 hours straight. So there's so much material, so many works by Fidel Castro that are just him giving these speeches, which if you look at a lot of revolutionary works, even by Lenin and Stalin, they're speeches or talks that they gave at some conference. And yeah, there's fucking just so much material from Castro just ranting. And so now what they've done is they've opened up a new university in Havana where they're basically going to study all the rantings of Fidel Castro. And like, you know, study what puts into guiding practice and all this other stuff. And I just gotta say, like, as a Kim Jong-ilist, that warms my heart. Because it's like, I just love seeing that. It feels like, that, yes, that shows an even more solid ideological unity around the party in Cuba. Where now people are like, we need to get more serious about the leader's teaching. Right? I love that. Yeah, it's not easy to find. They can be quite hard, but you can find some of them. Yeah, no, Salty, I mean, he was like me. He would be like me, but like me streaming, but instead of like any video breaks, the fucking guy would just be up there like just going the whole time. Yeah, yep, Huey P. Newton stuff with speeches written down. Pretty much 90% of Kim Jong-il's work is like speeches or talks that he gave. Like the one that I keep wanting to read you all about, Our Leader is a Great Statesman. I keep wanting to read you that work, but it's actually a talk from 1964 when he was in Kim Il-sung University. And he himself was a student. And he just like, I guess, according to his biography, he just like got up in class and like gave this talk for political science about Kim Il-sung being a true statesman. And that's the one that I want to read y'all, and I will do it real soon. Yeah, he gave this talk, our leader is a great statesman, at Kim Il-sung University while he was still a student. Everybody loves him for it. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about Juche, right? And something that I point out all the time with Juche, it's like, it's a lot like Marxism-Leninism, in a sense. And that's why I constantly remind people that, like, even though the Iranian Revolution might not be explicitly in name a Marxist-Leninist revolution, you have to remember that the actual struggle against imperialism and the struggle against capitalism necessitates a Marxist-Leninist in-practice revolution in a sense, right? And that's what I tell people, like the fact that they are carrying out an actually continuing successful revolution against anti-imperialism says by Marxist-Leninist standards, that they are moving towards a socialist society, a higher stage of communism even. That could change, don't get me wrong, right? Mistakes could happen, backtracks could happen, all those things. I don't know, internal, external, who knows? But the point of the matter is that because Marxism-Leninism is a science, and it's the science of how to achieve socialism, defeat imperialism, and defeat capitalism, that Iran is successfully treading that path now means they are correctly aligning with that already. If I remember correctly, Chavez also used to have hours-long TV broadcasts. Yep, Chavez also was a talker. It's a revolutionary thing. Oh, is that that's the Castro archive on there? Nice. Yes. Yeah, long radio broadcasts. I mean, it would be like, I think it would be like on TV and radio both. For the people that didn't have TVs. Commies like to yap. It's why I say, like, I would be interested, like, you know, I'm not like an autistic supremacist or something like this. Don't get me wrong. But I would be curious to know, like, the Venn diagram overlap of, like, autistic people and communist leaders. Communist leaders particularly, you know? I know that would be, like, impossible to ever fucking find out, but there's gotta be something to that, I feel like. Bunch of motor breaths. Wait, that's a Metallica song. Oh. Ugh. You know what else is a Metallica song? Don't Tread on Me. That's also a Metallica song. Think of the decorum. Yeah. People hate when you break decorum. Kill 'Em All is pretty peak, yeah. But yeah, Metallica, they have that one song on that album. The Black Album. It's actually the Black Album. They have the one song in there that's, Don't Tread on Me, that's what it's called. And actually, if you look at the Black Album, some of you might not have seen it in a long time. It's got that Ganderson snake on it. It's got the fucking ANCAP snake. It's just like the whole album is really dark, so you can barely see it, but it's there. I arranged my ginger brew to glorious Leaping Larry rants. Well, thank you, Neuroryan. Oh no, I'm being fucking hit. Oh god, what is this? You know what music I need to hear? Actually, you know what game I really need to play right now that I need to hear? It just hit me like a brick wall. It just hit me like a brick wall. I know, that's a sudden end, but you know what? Dookie Butt, welcome. It's a drunk Larry stream. It's Larry. Chat somehow made Larry drink. And now Larry's gaming because Larry drank. That's what happens. And I'm also ranting about things. Specifically about how Metallica have fucking ANCAP symbology and lyrics in their fucking Black Album. What else the album has on it? Enter Sandman. Yeah. Terrible song. I did some unimproved shots, yeah. It's true, I broke chat's wishes. Yep. I taught chat all about how Super Mario is indeed a colonizer. Now we're trying to get our goddamn bananas back. Suddenly we're trying to get our bananas back. Wait, I need to go back up on those fucking thing. This is possibly my favorite Larry stream format. I love when you game. Really? That warms my heart. Most games. I like playing retro games. This is the thing. This is the thing that I realized, I think. I'm gonna get real with y'all now. Feel like we need to watch this music video. Okay, I will do that when I have my next shot, NTC. I think the thing for me is like, if I'm gonna play games on stream, I think it almost needs to be retro games. Because retro games, I can do this. I can pause it. I can rewind it. I can save it on an instant. You know what I mean? Like, I can click off the window and then it pauses automatically and it's on to something else for a second. And then I can click back in and keep playing. Which is why I think... Ah, fuck, I jumped a little too quick. I think that's why... That's why I need a... If I do game on stream, it's probably going to be mostly retro games. And then, you know, the other game, it'll be for non-stream. Saint Anger is terrible. What the hell happened to the snare drum? Like... I do not understand how the snare drum on Saint Anger was mixed so terribly. It's really, like, it should be studied, honestly. I don't know how anyone allowed that fucking snare drum to sound like that. I remember hearing that song for the first time. And being like, there's no way that there's no way the whole album can sound like this. They were trying to steer clear from the arena rock sound. Yeah, well, they fucking made a terrible mistake because it sounded like shit. All you could hear was the fucking snare drum. Like, you fixated on it. You know what it reminded me of? It's almost like Saturday Night Live made that cowbell sketch about the wrong song. It shouldn't have been a fucking sketch about the cowbell. It should have been a fucking sketch about a snare drum and Metallica's song. Because that would have been even funnier. Because what the fuck was up with that snare? It's all you could hear. Way more than the cowbell. You know, like the cowbell, that actually fucking... That goes with the song. That snare drum was fucking ridiculous. Dude, Saint Anger is their best for that reason. I watched a YouTube of audio people trying to recreate the Saint Anger snare. That's hilarious. Did they let Lars do the mixing? That's a good fucking question. Something about that guy always rubbed me the wrong... I don't know what it was. Just like, I remember always watching him in interviews with, like, for talking about Ozzy and stuff. I don't know what it was. It just, like, that guy. I did not like that guy. And then, like, years later, yeah, I found out that he, like, starts suing his fans over Napster or whatever. Pretty funny. Pretty funny response to your, to your fans downloading your music. That was like around the same time as that, like, or I guess it was like the Ozzy lawsuit was like 95. Because that was something I remember as well. There's like in 1995 or something like that, or around then, there was like this really like weird Ozzy lawsuit where they like accused Ozzy of like causing some kid to commit suicide because of like a semitone in his music or whatever. That they claimed like the semitone would actually like hypnotize you and cause you to carry out whatever was being said on the song. And that's why this kid killed himself. Yeah, no, that was literally what this fucking guy argues in court. That Ozzy on the song fucking Suicide Solution he used a special tone called a hemisync. that causes the fucking listener to like enter into a hypnotic state where they cannot help but carry out the orders that are being said on the fucking thing. And that's what they argued in court. I thought it was so funny. Because the funny thing is too, right? They bring Ozzy up on the stand. Ozzy's telling it afterwards. They bring Ozzy up, I guess, to the stand to like cross-examine him. And they're like, Ozzy, did you put a hemi-sync tone in your music? And he goes, what the fuck, man? The only sync I ever heard of is the sync you wash your fucking face in the morning. I just like can imagine that in the fucking courtroom, like the whole courtroom had to have fucking bursted out laughing. Like the only sync I ever heard of, man, was the sync you wash your fucking face in the morning. He's like, does this guy think I'm a scientist or a rock star, man? Hilarious. What a defense. That's because the US, right? Like, and it's because people are fucking desperate and like, those people losing their kid, don't get me wrong, that's a fucking tragedy, right? But, like, the reason they fucking lost their kids is not because of Ozzy, but because there's fucking goddamn no healthcare in the United States. They were trying to lose that court case. Yeah, well, I mean, what it ends up being is, like, the fucking parents have, like, you know, probably funeral bills and medical bills and whatever else. So, it's like, you gotta fucking make some money. You know what I mean? And how do you make money in the US? You sue. And that's why you end up, and so many people sue each other in the US that, like, their actual cases end up getting lost in, like, this sea of, like, bullshit cases, right? Like that McDonald's woman. Even in the 90s, by the time that goddamn McDonald's woman burned herself, if you remember, she got like 3rd or fucking 2nd degree burns by McDonald's coffee. It was like way too hot. And like in mainstream media and shit, like it was just made fun of on news media. It was like treated like a joke, like coffee's supposed to be hot, right? But it was like actually like this coffee was hot enough to cause like fucking 2nd degree burns to this woman. Was so ridiculed in Sweden, then I looked into it. It was very legit. Oh yeah. And that's what I mean. Like there is so many lawsuits that are like that one against Ozzy, like against an artist like that doesn't even make sense. That yeah, when the coffee is hot enough to burn your skin off, people are like making fun of it. It was like in sitcom jokes and everything else. It was like a whole cultural fucking dunking on this woman for a while. Yeah, oh yeah. And that's the thing, right? And McDonald's went beyond just straight boiling. Like, it was boiling and then some. It was like multiple degrees above that. And I guess the reason why they were doing that is something to do with, like, they could use cheaper cups if the coffee started out much hotter. Like, it was something ridiculous like that. Like, because if they made the coffee way hotter, the cups wouldn't break down as much, so they could use cheaper cups or some bullshit. How do I make that same mistake twice? Yeah, yes. The Kramer court case was the same thing. Exactly. Although with Kramer, like the way they did it in that was that Kramer, what was it? Kramer burned himself. And then he goes into the room with the people who were like talking to him about like the deal or whatever. And they're like, they were going to give him $50,000 and free coffee at any of their coffee shops. And he goes in and he's like, the executive guy goes, we'll give you free coffee and before he could finish the sentence, he stamps it up and goes, we'll take it. So all he got was free coffee. I can have as many cafe lattes as I want. Yeah, you don't want your fucking... It was way too fucking hot a coffee. Let's see if I can time these now. Oh my god, I barely did that one. Look at that. I can still game. Now here comes the real thing. A lot of food service heating equipment get wild hot so food can be held together. But honestly, it backfires and shit gets burnt anyway. Yeah. And like for speed too, right? Is the other thing. Which is something you notice like when you go to China. Like, a lot of the mom and pop, like, the competition isn't the same. Like, there is still obviously some competition, but the competition isn't the same that, like, people don't have to, like, constantly make the food faster and faster and faster and faster. Instead, the quality of the food can stand for itself in China. Where you don't have, like, you know, a corporation that's threatening to come in and fucking crush every fucking mom and pop restaurant that's in the neighborhood. Chuck D? Who the fuck is Chuck D? Yeah, it's a whole incentive structure. Oh, Public Enemy. Right, right. I haven't listened to Public Enemy in a long fucking time. Yeah, and there's way more variety anyway because all of the food service isn't consolidated in fast food service. Yeah. I mean, not even just all the food service as well, but like with fucking McDonald's in Canada and the US, like almost all of the fucking beef industry in Canada and the US is completely geared towards trying to sell to McDonald's. Like even the stuff that ends up in your grocery store is generally actually trying to go to McDonald's market and ends up like in your grocery store. Like that's pretty much what all fucking beef is trying to sell to in North America. They all are like are doing that. We're culturally put way more money all the time. A lot of people don't even think about doing something because they want to, let alone provide a service or fulfill a duty. Work is just something you do. Yeah, to pay rent. Exactly. And I mean, that is part of the challenge that like kind of USSR ran into, right? Which Stalin talks about in Economic Problems in the USSR. Toxic, hell yeah, we're DKCing for a bit before while Larry's drunk. Before Larry raids out. Yeah, but like, that's something that USSR wrestled with, right? Because like, that's why I say like, and why Kim Jong-il, that's what he means by there wasn't solid enough ideological education in USSR. As in like, part of that ideological education that needed to happen in USSR was that part of the reward of work is not only the material incentive that you receive, like, because I'm this job, I get paid more, but also that you're serving the revolution. And that's, like, something that USSR really neglected, was this, like, coming up with a new way of encouraging people. And obviously you still need the material incentive because we're talking about a society that's coming out of all of the hangovers of a capitalist society. So people obviously still expect material incentives. And they even expect more than others. Thank you for this description, comrade. some expect more than others, right? Like a doctor might expect more than somebody who isn't trained for years. So that's true. But we also have to recognize that as socialism is being developed, the most important thing is the development of ideology. And what that means for work is that we have to teach people that, like, even more rewarding than the monetary incentive you're getting is what contribution you're playing to raising revolutionary consciousness. And that's what I find so, like, inspiring about DPRK, is that we actually see that happening. And it's not in everyone in DPRK by all means. It's still very much a work in progress. But when you look at DPRK and you talk to people and why they're working and what they're doing, they'll be like, you know, and I know Westerners interpret it as weird when people are like, well, I'm doing this because I want to show my love for Kim Jong-un, right? But here, again, why that's weird for them is because they're not living through the experience of revolution, and so they take that to mean Kim Jong-un the individual, rather than what people in DPRK actually mean when they say that, which is that, you know, I'm doing this to make the revolution proud. I'm doing this to fulfill my duty to the revolution, to the WPK. That's what they mean when they're saying to Kim Jong-un. And again, the proof of that, like, I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. The proof of that is literally in all of the interviews that we've ever seen whenever somebody asks them about their leader. Without fail, every time, whether it's a tour guide, or it's somebody in a factory that somebody's talked to, or it's like that woman in the textile mill, they all know, like, very consciously from their own school education, like, the leader doesn't represent an individual who sets all policies and commands by himself, but he's there to do the thing that they find that he's doing, which is inspiring them to carry out the party policies, and to discover the best party policies by participating in democracy in huge numbers. And by democracy in DPRK, I don't mean electing one person or the other, but I mean like actually engaging with these are the problems we have in our society. The roads need to be fixed. This store needs improving. This paint needs updating. You know, there's a dispute between these two community fucking members or whatever. Like, all kinds of different things that need to be dealt with. And in DPRK, politics isn't just something that is used against people. Politics is literally work with people, which is why, like, in DPRK, your politician also is somebody that you go to and you're like, hey, I'm having family trouble. Do you got any advice for me? And maybe your politician, your local party leader, he'll give you some advice, or he will steer you towards somebody who can, right? Because again, for them, like, politics is serving the people. That's literally what politics means. And Kim Jong-un is just meant to be like the embodiment of that. And that's why what people are really saying when they say, oh, Kim Jong-un did this, or Kim Jong-un, like, you know, inspired me to do this, or I'm filling out this work for Kim Jong-un, they're really saying, I'm doing this because I'm inspired by the revolution. I want to return the love that the revolution has shown me. In the face of revolution in any given period is whoever the leader is. And people do that today, and I wanted to just say that this isn't just DPRK, of course. People do that now in China, right? Our comrades come in and they correctly say, like, under the leadership of Xi Jinping, we have got more solidly united. I think this game represents classic colonialism, Ninja Can. The monkeys, in this sense, we are the good guys in this game. Because, you see, the alligators, they came to the Monkey Island, and they took all of their resources. Their bananas. Right? And we don't know, like, I don't think their bananas were just for eating. I think the bananas are some form of, like, commerce for the Kongs. And so what we have here is an imperialist power, a colonial power that has gone in and extracted the fucking, essentially like gone into their fucking public coffers and stolen all of their wealth. So not just stolen their resources, but stolen the future promises of their resources as well. And so what the Kongs are doing, they're on a mission to get back their resources, right? And that's the thing, that's all they want. They just want their bananas back. Yeah, see? We're even like in a goddamn mining operation here. And the bananas are just here. What are they using the bananas for? Are the bananas being used to trade for this metal that they're mining? To create weapons? Weapons of mass construction? I think that's what's happening. I think they're fucking making weapons of mass Kong destruction. And they're not allowing the Kongs to develop a means of self-defense, a deterrent. That's why the Kongs have to go in guerrilla style. And I don't mean guerrilla style, I mean guerrilla style. No, just no. Yes! That's what's happening. Look, I fucked up. Yeah, they're trying to break the Kong Kingdom up. Balkanize it. We can't allow them to balkanize the Kong Kingdom. Okay, before we... I mean, what is interesting, I will point out too, Dookie Butt, is as you get closer to the boss, you get to more industrial areas, right? Like you go from this ancient temple area. First you start out in the jungle. And then you go to like this sort of like, oh fuck, this ancient temple area. And then you go to the forest. And then after that, you're like in the wintry place that was caused by the Kongs fucking with the atmosphere, or the alligators fucking with the atmosphere. And then after that, you're in the industrial zone. I think they might be. I think the alligators are funded by the Mushroom King. Yeah, I think so. And you see the Kongs have to pretend to be in alliance with the Mushroom Kingdom, you know? They have to play nice with the Mushroom Kingdom. Because of how powerful the Mushroom Kingdom is. Pimo, welcome in. That's why you sometimes like see them like seemingly working together. Well, thank you for the clip, Laney. I'm sure that'll be great. Yeah, come on, it's 2026. Why can't we have 2-minute long Twitch clips? If they're gonna that's the thing, right? If they're gonna take away the highlights, why wouldn't they do that? Yeah, the OG Kong also took Peach hostage. See? That was before the reform and opening up period, NTC. Oh, God. I can analyze anything. The alligators aren't controlling the climate. There's a conspiracy. A conspiracy. Okay, we need to beat the boss. That's what needs to happen now. Alright, we need to beat the boss. It's time. It's time to beat King K. Rool. Oh no! I don't have one that's there, do I? Oh wait, maybe I do. Let's see how far this one is. I own this. This was one of the games I had as a kid. Okay, I need to do this. It said rare. Oh, good. Yes. Okay, it's there. We want this. I could make a 7-hour video on it. Don't underestimate it. I love this fucking fight. Maybe I need to do more video game analyses. Maybe I should post that on... I should cut the highlight of this out later, maybe. I'll upload it on YouTube, my drunk fucking video game class analysis. I forgot what happens now. Oh yeah, okay. Mao Zedong! We're getting her fucking bananas back. It's enough of this. I should talk about the struggle of the Yoshi people. Yeah, well, I mean, as we know, the Yoshi people are fucking used as tools in their imperialist conquest. Literally ridden by the fucking imperialist plumbers. Marge, we're leaping. We're still leaping. Literally leaping. More leaping than usual since I'm jumping around in a video game. Rare gaming session on Larry's thing. We should definitely do something together. You fucker! Okay. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. I was dancing. Shh. Everybody be fair. Oh no, my controller died! My controller died right at the end. No! Wow, what the hell? What damn killed my planned obsolescence. What the fuck? Yeah, it's battery powered. See, look, here's my Super Nintendo controller. It is a real Super Nintendo controller, but it's one of the Switch ones. So it has the Switch thing on it, but yeah, it died. Battery dead. Just the battery dead, so it's not a bad thing, but yeah. Yeah, Phil, look, because look at this one. I got the real N64 controller, and it's wireless too, see? Now that's a beauty. The old N64. The buttons are very mashable on the N64. Bring back the controller dong. Yeah, look at it. That's a sexy controller. It works. I mean, I guess the thing was, right? Like, they didn't know if this was actually going to work or not. Like, it's weird to think about now, but that, like, it came out at a time when they weren't sure, like, if 3D gaming was going to be successful or not. So they were like, okay, well, just in case we gotta pivot to 2D games, we'll only put one control stick and we'll put it in the middle, you know? So strange. Yep, the first PS1 controller had no analog stick. Because, really, the thing that, like, made 3D gaming, like, even with, even with Sony PlayStation, like, Sony PlayStation really was kind of, like, focused on 2D gaming, in a way. Or, like, 3D in the sense of, like, pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff. And it was really, like, after Super Mario 64 comes out, that Sony kind of pivots and then starts making a lot more 3D games. Okay, we'll do one level of this, since my other controller's gonna goddamn die on me.
Please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
It's a me, Colonio! Exactly. Now this one's even more nightmarish because somehow the Mushroom Kingdom has even trapped all of these other worlds in the paintings of the Mushroom Kingdom castle. Yeah, Nura Riot. There's like the weird thing with PlayStation games that actually now games try and kind of recreate it as like an aesthetic art choice, but like where the sides will like kind of like go like this or like get jagged, or if you look up and down, like the vertices don't look right. I never get the Lakitu skip to work. Like, I know I'm supposed to go right here, but see, I never do it. Alright, here we go. This is classic. Let's see if I can see how... I'm better with 2D Marios, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Kim Jong-il. That triple jump is still very satisfying, though. Oh yeah, N64 was ahead of the curve in resolution. But the problem was, like, as you can see with the textures, like, if you look at the textures right now, it had a very small memory. So the textures ended up being like really small textures that were then like stretched out over huge fucking surfaces like you see here, right? That's why if you look, like, this texture right here that I'm standing in front of is like, look at that, look how blurry that shit is. Because it's like a super small texture stretched on this huge thing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Frankster, right? Like, this game, no other games, like, kind of, not until, like, in a sense, not until, like, Banjo-Kazooie comes out, like, is there really, like, a game that, like, comes up to, like, the complexity and, like, going to the different worlds and shit that this one does. There were other 3D games, and, like, Bomberman, I remember being fairly good, but, like, none seemed to, like, have quite the same, like, 3D-ness that this one, and then Banjo-Kazooie came out and was like, wow. Yeah. I can't imagine the texturing and stuff back then. I guess emulating N64 is still quite difficult. Oh yeah, this is a fantastic game. We gotta go to Womp's level as well. Conker's Bad Fur Day is great. Yeah, exactly. You know, one game I played a hell of a lot on N64 was Duke Nukem 64, funnily enough. But now when you go back and play, shooters are very hard now on N64. That's the one thing. Trying to go back and play a fucking shooter on N64 is rough, I'll tell you. I can... Aw, see ya! Yeah, I mean, it holds up well. It really, like, set a precedent for a lot of 3D games. Set a standard, I guess, I should say. Yeah, GoldenEye is a bit easier. GoldenEye has a pretty good control system, honestly. Actually, what's funny about GoldenEye is now when I play it, I'm a lot better with the original one. It's so funny to hear the sounds the parrot on YouTube makes in your games. Yeah. Oh yeah, I used to try and play StarCraft 64. But see, when I used to play, like, there was one I used to play a lot, which was Turok, right? And with Turok, you use these buttons. I'm gonna try it as soon as I'm done this level. With Turok, you use these C buttons to move. That's like the default control in that game. And as a kid, I liked that better. I thought that was the better control method as a kid. Now, it's the opposite. Look at this trick. Oh, I fucked up. I'm telling you, wait, that's a trick that works. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe I better stop doing that. I'm telling you, that's a trick. Larry's too drunk for the trick. Larry's too drunk for the trick. Wow. That's how you know I hit a good amount. If I can't get the trick to work, I've been drinking. Oh yeah, jump over. Oh, come on. Oh, God. Here we go. Whew. It's like killing a hunter in Halo, it's true. Okay, look. Let's see. Let's launch Turok for a second. I had Atari Jaguar 64 and kids will never comprehend blisters from gaming. Okay, let's see. Yeah, edibles and cleaning. Not such a good mix. This is gonna be fucking rough, probably. So see, this is the one with this control scheme. And let's see, I know that I can get a pistol right here if I go this way. Oh yeah. Oof. 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 Wow, this is making me feel like even more drunk than I am. This is ridiculous. Okay, hold, I got it. What the fuck? See ya. Game.film, we still live. I'm sure I'll raid soon. I'm sure I'll be raiding soon. How do I fucking change the weapons? There we go. Uh-oh, I'm gonna kill a deer. It's such good sound effects. I'm gonna kill this deer. Whoa, 27 Club! Welcome in! Larry's been drinking. Squirrels on film. James, great to see ya. Pharaoh, let's go. Well, oh god, dinosaur! Welcome in, comrades. You killed a deer too? Let's go, deer killing squad. Deer killing gang, rise up. Everybody go follow my dear comrade, 27 Club. Larry's drunk, Larry's playing video games. I'm particularly playing a game. I'm playing this game with an original and wait, I'm getting fucking slaughtered. Okay, here we go. Look, I'm playing this game with an original N64 controller, chat. We're doing it the real way. New early access game Vane is very, very good. Think Project Zomboid, but in 3D. Oh yeah, I played a demo for that. I liked the demo because that's exactly the vibe I got from it. Was like Project Zomboid, but 3D. I love that. Yes, yes. I need to get that at some point. Oh no! Ah! What the fuck? Okay. He was not dying. Look at what I got here. An auto shotgun. $15 right now? Okay. Well, when Larry has the funds. Soon as I get my walls fixed, that'll be the first game I purchase. Can I really not make that jump? That seems asinine. Okay, I can. I was gonna say it, the fuck? It does need the big head cheat. You know what? Okay, B. It's so hard because there's no W. It was like, there was another one though. It was like beware no, wait, that's a different one, isn't it? Beware oblivion is in hand. That's like, that might be the second Turok, right? See, yeah, no, because there's no I here. Oh yeah, right, N. That's what I was... No, what? Wait, PRMSHN. Yeah, no, it doesn't like that one. There was one that was... Oblivion, beware... No, but that's the second one. Beware oblivion is at hand is the second one. How did it finish? It was very cursed. How did Piers Morgan finish? It wasn't, we hated it. We hated every minute of Piers Morgan. But that's why we do it, you know? Oh, how many drinks? I don't know. Enough that I don't know how many drinks I've taken. I downgraded to sips, but then sips turned back into shots. I downgraded to sips, but then the sips turned back into shots, so we don't actually know how many now. It's an unknown amount. I'm just trying to stay drunk at this point. There might be a day off tomorrow, I don't know yet. There might be a day off. Probably not though. This is the good thing about me streaming late now. I don't need to take a day off tomorrow. Oh my god. My new start time is the best. Why didn't I do that before? I'm not taking... No, you'll see. I won't need to. I won't need to because now my new start time is locked in. Whereas before it was like, okay, well, I started at noon and now it's 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. I can get drunk every day. I'm just joking. I'm not obviously gonna do that. I'm just shitting with you. Look at me. Look at me, chat. Chat, look at me. You don't know if it's me or the liquor talking? I am the liquor. Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button. Hoff knew what was coming. You know, if it's me or the liquor talking, that's because I am the liquor. Alright? That'll be me. When I get to Yeltsin levels of drunk, I'll be invited on Piers Morgan. I see it. I'm foreseeing, in the way that I can Marxist-Leninist analyze when I'm sober, when I'm drunk, I can psychic analyze. And I foresee that if I were... The two paths laid before me are to keep going at the level of which I drink now, or to like become a Yeltsin drunk and end up on Piers Morgan. I have to choose wisely. Is there a shit wind coming? No, it's worse. It's the shit hogs. The shit hogs, Salty. They're swooping in low. They're carrying people off to their shit nests. Beware the shit hawks. You can hear the shitty wings flapping. Blowing the shit winds with each flap. You're mistaking the fucking flaps of their shit fucking wings for the blowing of the shit winds, you see. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm dying and I don't know from where. Oh, there's a guy behind me. Look, he's running around. Look at the aim on this shit. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. Oh. Fucking shoot you with my pistol. Oh, shit. What the fuck? This is the worst I've ever done in Torog. We are all dying from capitalism, it's true. That's why we need to fight against it. Even if the step forward is fighting against imperialism first. Alright, NTC. Well, now I'm fucking lost. Oh, here we go. We'll have to try GoldenEye next. We'll try GoldenEye before we go tonight. Seems like a good idea. Gotta get some GoldenEye. We gotta have some GoldenEye before we go. I know the comrades will appreciate that. There we go. Fuck that guy. The other Piers. Oh god. I don't like this. I don't like the cave. Look, this brings back memories of like being scared in this cave. Turok or James Bond? Turok definitely would win the fight. Yeah, like, it's funny being in this cave now, and I'm just like, as a kid, I was like, fucking scared to death in this fucking cave. You'd hear the sound of those lizards coming, and you'd be like, oh shit! It's true. A cave is just a house made of stone, with monsters. Nothing to worry about. The other thing I noticed, like, from playing more modern games is how goddamn narrow your field of view is in this shit. It's like you're looking through a goddamn tunnel. Look at this, like, what the fuck? You got no field of view at all. None. It's like, this is what I'm... It's funny because it's actually like, this is what I'm like when I'm actually... If I was, like, more drunk than I am now... That's what the world looks like. It's like my view, like my viewpoint, like narrows. I got no peripheral vision. Just like walking like this, you know? Oh great, now I'm high on acid. Everything's going real fucking slow too. Look. See ya. Oh my god, I'm fucking Cheech Marin. Okay, we're back. We're back. The mushrooms have worn off, or whatever that was. Yeah, GoldenEye used to scare me. Which was 2010, I don't know, was high on acid, felt.
Yeah, see ya.
One game I used to play all the time on fucking, mushrooms was Soul Calibur 2. We had the most ridiculous looking fights on mushrooms where just like we would be blocking the entire time. The entire fight would just like be blocking like this. So funny. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. Definitely bad. I think the most memorable gaming while on drugs experience though had to have been Doom 3 on fucking acid. Does anyone think the mystical horror in Red Dead Revolver is slept on? Yes. Yes. That game is one that also sticks with me. It's like almost something that's missing from Red Dead Redemption. Is like they kind of like missed that aspect of Red Dead Revolver. Yeah, the low poly models, the textures leave something to the fucking imagination. All right, let me see. Let's see GoldenEye. We need to have a look at GoldenEye here. Doom 3 on acid was amazing. It seemed really realistic at the time, so yeah, it was like it was scary in a way that it never has been since. It set a precedent for like no other game has ever scared me ever since that, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Alright, here we go. The dam. Oh yeah, yeah. I know this. The half sword game that Rob plays. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what happens, Hob, right? Like your control of like the character like is completely different, or like, oh, see, look now. Okay, I gotta get used to these the controls in this. Because another one that we used to play was Spider-Man 2, and like I used to try and swing around the city and be like, oh, you know. Like you do in Spider-Man, swing around the city. Let me tell you, on mushrooms, it doesn't work out as well. You're like fucking falling constantly. Just slamming into the side of buildings. Yep, I'm a British asshole. Did I get that sniper rifle? I did, okay. This theme song, that did it. Hey, you get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. There, I got some ammo. We got an AK. This is supposed to be the AK, I think. Yeah, these are all Gorbachev supporters, so don't feel too bad. These are all capitalist restorationists, okay? Don't feel bad for them, whatever you do. The aiming. Surely he's coming here, right? Oh, right in the back. God damn. Fucking rough. This guy, it's hard. That's the thing I found about this game, is like, it's hard. I guess I understand now, like, why it's seen as so good. Obviously, at the time, I was like, damn, this game just used to fuck me up. Maybe I'm doing Khrushchev's work for them, yeah. Oh yeah, it's a classic, don't get me wrong, but I was, as a kid, like when I was younger, I was always like, I like Turok better. I like, even Doom 64, I like Doom 64 better. But that also might have been cope because I didn't own this. I readily admit. That could have absolutely been cope. I did rent this quite a bit though. See, here you're supposed to like do this. Yeah, covert modem. There we go, we're spying. We're spying, yo. Covert modem installed. Fucking machine gun the lock away. The thing I used to play probably more than anything was Zelda, Ocarina of Time. I played that game so much on N64 that like my friends would call me up to like beat parts of it for them. They'd be like, what do you do here? And then I'd have to come over and do shit. Oh my god, Baldwin's Ghost! Alright, well maybe I need to play one more game before we raid out then. Maybe I need to play just one more game before we raid. And I'm not blaming Baldwin's Ghost. Yeah, it did get more fun as a teen. Okay, I gotta see Road Rash 64. I love Road Rash 64. A beat Ocarina of Time before we go. Why not? Just a quick completion of Ocarina of Time. Sure. Here we go. I got a taser. Oh, I missed him. What? Oh no! Oh yeah, Zelda speedruns are great. I always watch the I always watch A Link to the Past though, because like that is still my favorite Zelda game, and it's just so funny to watch people go through the tiles. This bike is powerful. Okay, let's lock in here. I gotta lock in. God. See ya, buddy. Oh, now I got the cops on me. Yes, you can't wall ride in this game. Oh, what? The wrestling games were always fun on N64 too, definitely. I just see people fucking flying across the road here. Okay, I'm in third. I can do this. I can do this. This fucking cop. Oh, come on! Oh, what the fuck? Buddy's bike is just like going across the road. This isn't Rainbow Road. I mean, but mind you, Rainbow Road is fucking rough too, don't get me wrong. Rainbow Road on fucking N64 and Super Nintendo are not that easy. Somehow I'm all the way up in second again though. Fuck you, buddy. Alright, I think I remember it gets fucking rough up here. Yeah, right here. That fucking hill I remember fucking me up before. Look at the frame rate, because I got it on high resolution mode or whatever. Oh my goodness. The frames. Oh, that's the turn. Fucking hell. The frames in that one spot were getting rough. Fuck, I don't know if I'm gonna finish. It's looking rough here. I gotta slow down for this turn. Oh, come on! I got the tiniest fucking sliver left. Okay, I cannot crash again or it's over. I just have to not crash for the rest of the race. Oh good, I'm almost at the end though. I'm almost at the end. Fourth place. Oh yeah, the darkness level. Yeah. You know what I like though? You know what I like was this one. Even better than Mario Kart. I'm sure a lot of you know. Where is it? Is this one. This was even better than Mario Kart. This game was even better than Mario Kart.
Diddy Kong Racing. I'm Diddy.
Yeah, the boss battles were fucking hard as shit. Absolutely. Yeah, Crash Racing is PlayStation, yeah. This is Diddy Kong Racing, it's great. I like this one because there's like the planes and the hovercrafts. We'll go to Ancient Lake. Oh, this is the silver coin race. Okay, so this one, silver coin race. So not only do you gotta win the race, you also gotta get all the coins in the race too. I like to try and get as many as I can on the first lap. And then the rest of the race I can focus on. Here we go, okay, now we're full. We got the coins. The thing I like about this one is if you get the blue bubble, the blue balloon, and then you get another blue balloon, and then another blue balloon, now you get the super power up. The person played Winston in Overwatch. Yes, the bongos, yeah. Imagine how the hell do you get that skill? How long have you played fucking Overwatch for? My lord. And then he gives you a special thing. Isn't that neat? What a cool game. Easy. What's this? Fossil Canyon. Yeah, that one was. I was looking for... See, this one I don't have as much unlocked because I still need 10 balloons to enter there. But see, like, here's a boss race now. Ah, I got crushed. We need to call in Torok, it's true. Now let's see if I can remember how to beat this guy. Even though I fucked up, I think I can still do it. Yeah, these races used to fuck you up as a fucking kid. I used to hate this guy. Hate him! Worried I'm gonna go off the edge if I use this fucking power up, I'm not gonna lie. I did it. I did it though. That's the important thing. Wow. I saw another one too I wanted to see before I go. There was one more here. Where was it? Yes, this one. Okay, last one. And then we'll raid out. My favorite racing game. My actual favorite racing game from then was this one. Right here. Oh, yes. Now this is pod racing. I rented it so much. Here we go. Pod race. It's working! I got pretty good at this one over the years. Because I also had this on Dreamcast too. Now this is pod racing. See, I was one of the kids that just had to rent this over and over again. Which was kind of like, that was my childhood, is like renting the same few games over and fucking over again. That was my childhood. Like, when I had my N64, I remember renting fucking Final Fantasy, like, 6, I don't know how many times. Look at my midichlorians.
It's a new lap record.
A lap record! I don't like the sand. It's coarse, gets everywhere, irritating. I don't like the sand. God, he was creepy. What a creepy dude. Just like constantly saying the most creepy things imaginable. Didn't he? Like, dude. Step off. Oh God. Almost died there. Oh my good lord. Well, there we go. We just prevented Darth Vader from rising. Yeah, that Frankster, that's what I used to do with Final Fantasy VI. Because as a kid, like, I could never understand how to actually play RPGs when I had the N64 or when I had the Super Nintendo, because I guess I was just like a little bit too young. So I could never actually like get anywhere substantial in them. So instead, I would keep renting Final Fantasy VI from the video store, hoping that I would get a copy of it that like had the airship unlocked. And then if I had the airship unlocked, I could fly around and explore all the world. And that's all I'd do, like as if I was playing Grand Theft Auto or something. Just like explore around and fight and like fucking get nothing done. Ah, childhood. Yeah, you think Attack of the Clones was the cringiest? It was pretty bad, I'll give you that. But man, when I watched, I thought, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, everybody thought like Episode 7 was a good return to form or whatever. I fucking hated Episode 7. Everything about it made me cringe. I could not stand it. Like even the little comedy where like Buddy was like holding her hand and she's like, why do you keep holding my hand? I know, all of it. It's just like, I did not like, Episode 7 hurt me in a way that I was like, well, this is gonna set a precedent for the rest of the series, isn't it? 7 is the one with, it's the new one when they came back, the first Disney movie that they did. With, Rey or whatever. I fucking could not stand it. I don't identify as a Star Wars fan, too. Well, yeah, I don't blame you for that. Yeah, Rise of Skywalker was a hot mess. I mean, the thing though, right, like the reason why Rise of the Skywalker is such a fucking mess is because at the end of the day, like a lot of people will blame Last Jedi, but at the end of the day, it's because of the first one. It's because of Return of the Force or whatever the fuck the name of that first one is. Because of goddamn J.J. Abrams, right? That's his name? J.J. Abrams' writing style is the thing that fucked that trilogy up. They should never... Like, J.J. Abrams is the worst person ever to get to write a trilogy. Like, a single movie, and even that I don't like because his whole shtick is like, he does these mystery boxes that never get solved. Right? And a mystery box that never gets solved, like... Sometimes that works okay in a movie where you don't want to have you don't want to have it all solved, and it's fine to leave it in ambiguity and just sort of like let the fan base sort of fill in the gaps for themselves, right? But yeah, I found like having him as the beginning of that series, of that trilogy, is kind of what fucked it up, because now there's all these mystery boxes. How can you ever bring those mystery boxes to a conclusion that's going to satisfy people? It would never have happened, right? Or even a way that like makes sense. Episode 7 was so bad, it was basically a movie for boomers that hated everything after A New Hope. Yes, I agree. And that's the thing, like, I do have my criticisms of the prequels, but having said that, like, at least with the prequels, there is a fucking coherent story that is going all throughout the 3 of the episodes. There's a clear plan. There's a clear direction that they want the characters to go and the story to go. So I can appreciate prequels for that, especially as given the larger 3 movies as a whole. I can appreciate them as a trilogy. The fucking, the Disney trilogy just feels like 3 separate movies that are all trying to like up one another, right? Planned economy versus finance capital, yeah. It was pivotal too. Everything they set up in The Last Jedi was abandoned because anti-SJW outrage or whatever. Yeah, Alexandra, yeah, for sure. And I mean, Force Awakens, again, like, part of it was setting up all these mystery boxes, like Rey touching the lightsaber and having all this flashback and all these other things. And then just Rian Johnson is the one who's supposed to then take it forward. The fact that there was no overall plan is incredible. It feels to me like the whole trilogy, instead of coming up with an overall plan for it, they used like marketing. They used like marketing fucking data to try and do the whole thing. And just like, that's why the first one resembles A New Hope again, right? And then A New Hope, people were okay with it. Last Jedi is sort of like, let's subvert it a little bit. People didn't like the subversion so much. All right, bring Palpatine back. You know what I mean? The actually interesting thing about this discussion is how different people have entirely different standards about what makes a movie good. The prequels were so awfully executed, in my opinion, that no overarching story comes close to salvaging it. See, I mean, it's interesting. I like that, though. Like, even though our politics align so much, like our outlook on the world aligns so much, we have like the completely different analysis of the movies. But I think that's beautiful. That's wonderful. You know? George Lucas has the vision, but man cannot write characters. No. George Lucas is good at creating a world. You know? He's good at like creating a fucking place and a planet and a time and like these little details and stuff. But yeah, when it comes to writing characters or like an actual story, Jesus. Right? But again, and part of it, I do in a sense, I do understand part of like his technique is different in the sense that he wrote the whole thing so that like, and it's weird, right? But he wrote the whole prequels. And I know a lot of people don't like them, and that fine. It is what it is. I don't like disparage anyone who doesn't like them. He's a corny dork. Yes. But this is the thing. The reason why I like what I like about him, or what I like about his style, I guess, is that he kind of takes like inspiration from the Soviets in a sense, and he really wants to make the prequels so that something that you could watch with mute on, right? And I know that like me being a kid and me seeing them as a kid and all that, growing up with them, obviously that plays a role in my defense of them. I don't deny that for a second. But I do appreciate the fact that he made the movie in a sense so that like you could watch the prequels on mute and still know what's going on. Because he kind of like made them in the style that older movies are made, where he wasn't worried so much about what the dialogue was or what the characters are saying, but rather like telling a story in an older kind of way, in like the era of like more silent or serial films, and letting like the characters acting and letting the characters like what the way they're expressing their emotion and stuff be more important than the dialogue, right? Mute on, or Rob Russo's interlude music on, video playing at 0.75. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, I understand people who don't like it, and I don't judge anyone who doesn't. It's just that those are the things I appreciate about it, right? Lucas basically I talked about being sad about having to work in Hollywood and not the USSR. Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of like reflected in his movie in a sense, right? Because like like, and in the most misguided capitalist way, but a part of like what makes him so discouraged about continuing to make Star Wars is like they just want him to retell the same story over and over again. Whereas like if you listen to him, he was saying like he would like to keep making Star Wars again, but if he could do it in more like a Soviet, the way that Soviet movie makers could exist, which was that they didn't have to adhere to whatever this popular consumerist line is. Soviet movie makers could make whatever movie they wanted to make, so long as it, like, you know, didn't criticize communism or, like, revolution or, like, explicitly for the restoration of capitalism or something like this. So, like, his point was always that Soviet filmmakers had much more freedom, and he was always envious of that because that was the type of films he always wanted to make, was experimental films like THX and American Graffiti and stuff. Yeah, and again, I mean, I don't know, Frankster, I do think there is something to be said about him not quite being able to make the movies that he wanted to make, right? And having to make Star Wars, but still wanting to do that different thing, in a sense, you know? And again, the one thing I do appreciate about the prequels is there is at least that attempt of political commentary, and as liberal and misguided as George Lucas is, he at least is sympathetic. You know, I'm not saying that he's woke or that he understands working class politics, but I do appreciate that he is at least sympathetic to the resistance forces. He's sympathetic to the Soviets. He's sympathetic to those fighting against the empire in the movies and rhetorically, right? That's the thing at least I do appreciate about George Lucas, which is kind of the thing that I feel like was lost with when Disney took it, was that. Which is even reflected in Rian Johnson's movie, where he tried to, was it Rian Johnson's or the Palpatine one? I can't even fucking remember now. It was either Rian Johnson's or the Palpatine one, where they try to do like a little anti-capitalist messaging in it. But it's done in the most like Hollywood, like even worse than George Lucas's liberal own takes. Right? Even worse than George Lucas's liberal understanding takes was, yeah, I don't remember which one it was, but they had this like attempt at an anti-capitalist messaging where they went to free the horses from the rich people, remember? And they were showing like these rich people were playing either side of the Jedi and the Sith and stuff like that. And like I got what they were trying to say, but it was just done in the most like cartoonish way. It was like all these rich people having their fucking dinner and shit like that. And then they're freeing the horses and they're run across the fucking thing. Yeah, yeah, exactly, that part. I fucking hated that because it was like, it took the anti-capitalist messaging, the anti-imperialist messaging that sort of like permeates Star Wars, even the originals and the prequels, and it just like throws that all out so that like here, the anti-capitalist message, the anti-imperialist message is all contained right here in this one scene. And then it's just back to the flashy fucking action. It's going so fast you don't even know what the story is. You know? That's what pissed me off. Is like, at least with George Lucas, even with as bad as the prequels were, and I accept all the criticisms and understand nostalgia muddies my view and my love of like somewhat of George Lucas's filmmaking, but at least with them, the overall political theme was consistent of what he was trying to say, which is how liberalism can turn into fascism. You know? But that's my view. And again, yeah, I mean, obviously you and I, Dorian, we have kind of different perspectives when it comes to movies. But I think that's interesting, and that's why it's cool to talk to comrades about movies. Because the thing is, we're looking at them from our own class-conscious lens, and, you know, the writers obviously had all kinds of different intentions, and there were so many people. But that's what's kind of neat about filmmaking, is there is that room for other interpretations as well, and it's cool to talk about. Wrote a review about it and how it didn't make sense from the narrative, that the only narrative sense that worked in The Last Jedi was Poe's story because it had a beginning, middle, and an end. Yeah. Poe, and I can't remember her name, side story became 2-0 and I hate it. I think their storylines are a product of racism too. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the other thing I didn't like about that was the holdover maneuver, whatever the fuck it was, right? When she does that holdover maneuver, the once in a million time thing, but really it's just her jumping to light space. It's like, oh, this once in a lifetime move that nobody could possibly do or imagine doing is like so complex and really special, and all that she did is like just jump into light speed in the direction of the thing. Like, okay. You would have thought that would have been used before if it was that powerful, but sure. Just little shit like that, like in the new ones that are just like totally, you can tell they just didn't know where to go, so they just pulled something out of their ass, it feels like. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, Poe, there was Rose, who like was a love interest of what's his name for some reason. Yeah. I mean, I think Finn, yeah. I think the biggest mistake with the new trilogy, in my opinion, is the fact that Finn should have been like a hero. At least like as much a hero, like on the same level as what's her name? Rey. I think that's where they fucked Finn up. Finn should have been a Jedi, at least on the level of Rey, and instead they kind of like sideline Finn to just like make Rey the main character, and I think that was a big fuck up too. He doesn't shy away from the liberalism of the Jedi Order, wasn't equipped to stop the Empire. Yeah, and that's what I liked, right? And I think a lot of people kind of misread that about the prequels, right? Because they didn't understand that's like what he was saying. And some people even complain like, oh, the politics. We didn't like all the politics in the prequels. It's like, that's what I liked about the prequels. Yeah, Andor was good. That's for sure. Yeah, the Khazad made them look racist. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's because, yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? They really, I mean, that's a typical Disney thing. When really Disney should have rewritten the character altogether. That's why I say Finn should have been rewritten into a more substantial character. Yeah, I mean, I do like the concept of that too, Alexandra. I just don't know if Finn was necessarily, because it seemed like in 7 they just like set him up to, you know, to be like a force wielder or something, and then they just never expanded on that. Just like the way he like picks up the lightsaber and he like turns it on, he's like, I got the force in me. But then that never like, again, and I think again that's because of the lack of overall plan and J.J. Abrams setting up just so many mystery boxes. How could you couldn't even keep track of them all, let alone actually bring them all to any kind of satisfying conclusion. Yeah, the Jedi don't need to be the center of the Star Wars universe. I agree. And I think that's like, I think that the trilogy should have been the wrapping up of that, of using the Jedi as the center of the universe, or maybe even shifting away from that. But yeah. And actually, it's funny you say that, Baldwin's Ghost, because when you go back and look, especially at the originals, yeah, it's prominently featuring the Jedi, but really and even in the prequels, it's prominently featuring the Jedi, but it's really about those politics that's going on. Right? It's really about the liberalism turning into fascism and then becoming the evil empire. And then the originals is really like about the space battle and the resistance forces being able to organize a battle that can fucking overcome this overwhelming force. And it's almost like Disney kind of misinterprets all that to be, oh, it's just about the Jedi, rather than them being like an integral part of the struggle. But yeah. Yeah, the rebellion was going on with no Jedi, exactly. I was so awe-inspired by how Jedi were portrayed in the OT. but they didn't need to keep focusing on them after that. No other Jedi portrayal was as interesting to me. Yeah, and I can understand that for sure. Like, the prequels were in a sense set up to be anti-Jedi, and I think that Disney fucked up by not understanding that in a sense. Like Rian Johnson almost did, but not in the right way, you know? Because that was the whole point that George Lucas was trying to show, was that the Jedi's complicity in many ways is what allowed for the rise of fascism. In a sense, like, George Lucas was almost saying, like, if you think about it, he was almost saying social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism, right? In, like, his own limited understanding way of saying it, like, that's what George Lucas was basically saying, which is kind of funny. He was saying liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism, or social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. And he's even like, that's even one of the fucking lines, right? They're like clapping. He's like, so this is how empire dies, with applause. It's not, you know, again, there's a lot of limitations, and I understand all of the bad writing about it, but there is a certain heart there that I do appreciate. But yeah, I think with that, we'll say this is one successful drunk stream. What do y'all think? About the Disney thing, I don't know if there's anyone here that watched it, but a similar happened with Doctor Who. See, I didn't watch Doctor Who, but I can tell you someone over here on the green site, Temp, loves Doctor Who. With the 2000s revival, the first season of the new showrunner, RTD, was pretty anti-capitalism. The sentiment got watered down as the showrunners changed, and when RTD was announced to return for the newer season, the same time Doctor Who went to Disney. The new seasons had minus 10 depth and feel like they're just flexing their new Disney budget. Yep. See, I don't watch Doctor Who myself, but I have listened to Spilled Bag of Ice talk about it when I've watched episodes on Spilled Bag stream. And yeah, I definitely get that. And in a sense, like, whether it's purposeful or not, right? It makes sense that that's happening. It's not like they're necessary. And again, I'm not saying that they're like, oh, well, Star Wars is so subversive, so let's go buy up Star Wars. But it's like, Star Wars is this really important IP, so let's buy up Star Wars and then we can have it be a better fucking stenographer of power, right? Not necessarily saying that they recognize it as having some subversive messaging before, but just recognizing that they want to own this very popular IP and make it serve their own interests even better. Right? Which when what ends up happening is you end up losing shows like Star Wars, the essence of that, like we're talking about. Captain Planet, right? For the limitations of even that show, like, at least it showed like environmental problems and like that there had to be collective solutions to it, and you know, all of that shit gets bought up by Disney, and what do you got left? Clavicular and fucking, what do we got? Something else shitty, I'm sure. They even canceled that one show that I thought was actually kind of interesting, that was like taking place during the old Empire, the old Republic. I thought that had potential, and then they canceled it because of woke DWI or something, DUI or something, or what? Yeah, Acolytes. Yeah, that's the one. I thought that was actually interesting. I thought that was actually like a good change for like, oh, they're doing something different with Jedi, and you know, there's like this other group or something, and then it's just like, yeah, no, the Chuds didn't like it, so it had to go. Yeah, it had women and black people. I mean, that was the problem at the end of the day with that, wasn't it? Baldwin's Ghost was that it was a black woman who was the Sith, and people couldn't take that. Listening to that one fucking demo, yep. Well, I think I'm going to say this was one good stream, comrades. What do you think? W stream? Should there be more Larry drinking and gaming streams in the future? W's in chat if there should be more Larry drinking gaming streams in the future. Because, you know, that's something I can make happen. W's, ones, whatever, either one. If you're streaming off the twitch.com, don't do any No. Spilled bag of ice. I don't break any TOS. I don't do anything against Twitch's rules at all. No. I save all of my bad behavior for offline and other places. I've never watched a gaming related stream, but I enjoy this. Well, Raccoon, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed this. And yeah, my gaming related streams will not be like anybody else's gaming related stream on Twitch. Because when I game on Twitch, I also rant at the same time, as you see. I can't stop myself from talking even when I rant. Okay. I'm gonna send y'all off. I imagine I'll be back tomorrow. You know, I usually go to bed later than this on a good night. And I still stream the next day. The first half was rough, but you know, you have to go through the valley to get to the peaks. The freeform political education during retro gaming is so good. I love socialist news and theory reading, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I feel like so often on your other streams we get so off topic, so the video game stream is nice for the off topic thing. Yeah, and I feel like I do need to try and inject that maybe a little bit more, and I am working on that. I'm used to just like kind of trying to be a performer, and I am trying to realize that like with stream, it's more of an interactive media, so at the same time, it's okay for us to just like chill and me do nothing and sip my coffee and just like let the chat say some things and respond to the chat as well, right? I'm getting better at that, I think. And then mixing that in with her news and her other stuff as well. By God, I'll be a professional streamer before you know it. It's a bit like wrestling. Crowd play is half the work. Exactly. No Aussie video to close it out. Okay. If you're gonna fucking come at me like that. I didn't think, you know. If you're gonna come at me like that. I guess we'll have to fucking sign out with an Aussie video, won't we? Alright, I'm gonna send you off to sea. We're gonna go off to USA Hole tonight. USA Hole does not like chuds and does not like the imperialist war going on, and I appreciate that about USA Hole, so that's where we're gonna go. USA Hole also likes retro gaming, much like your comrade here as well. Not saying that you'll see that tonight, but retro gaming does sometimes happen over there. And yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for supporting the stream. I am going to be back tomorrow. And it'll probably be like kind of a frigging off thing, so it might be speaking of free forum content, tomorrow might be we just go through my YouTube list and we decide one by one what we want to watch. Maybe we read theory, maybe we don't, maybe we play some games, maybe we don't. What I'm saying is, tomorrow's gonna be a free form day. Frig off Friday, but instead of just frigging off, it's you comrades bring in whatever politics or news you want to talk about. Or you can help direct it through what I've got on my list. So come back tomorrow. Thank you all so much for supporting the stream. Thank you all so much for being here. I will be back tomorrow. And we'll have more fun. We'll learn more stuff. No, thank you all for being here. Appreciate you all. hanging out, chilling, whether during the politics and during the gaming and the ranting. I love y'all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to entertain and educate people and educate myself along with all of you comrades. Seriously improve my day, comrades. Every day I stream and get to talk with all of you, it brightens my world. And I'm not exaggerating or being funny about that either. And that's not just drunk Larry talking. You're all fucking great. Revolutionary salute, comrades. Larry loves ya.
Sound I hear, am I just a crazy guy you get? Mother's gonna worry, I've been a baby boy.
Night, everybody.